Deadly Amish Betrayal, written by Samantha Price and narrated by Sarah Morse. Chapter 1. Ettie, I've never been so embarrassed in front of a vet. You told me the cat was a he. Now I find out it's a she. Ettie was just as shocked as Elsa May. She looked down at the ginger tabby kitten they'd named Kelly, after their friend, Detective Kelly. "It's not my fault. Ezekiel said the kitty was a male. How was I supposed to know?" Elsa May shook her head and looked down at the floor. "Ezekiel's dead. I can't ask him what he said." "You think I'm lying?" Ettie asked. Elsa May looked into her sister's wide blue eyes and felt bad for suggesting such a thing. "I didn't want a cat. I said I didn't want one." Elsa May shook her head so much that her cheeks wobbled. "What now? Do you want to get rid of him? I mean, her?" Ettie asked. "Of course not. You forced me into becoming attached to her. You would be attached to her, too, if you had a heart." Ettie's mouth fell open. "How could you say that? I do have a heart." Dr. Warren, their vet, looked from Ettie to Elsa May. "Am I still going ahead with the spaying, or would you like to think about it and come back another time?" "We'll go ahead," both ladies said simultaneously. Elsa May turned back to Ettie. "But it doesn't make sense. Why would I get rid of her just because she's a little different than what I thought? That's so cruel. I can't believe you'd think that of me." The vet stroked the kitten. "Any idea how old she is?" "6 months," they chorused. "That's old enough. I'll finish the examination before you leave. It'll only take a moment." "That's fine," Elsa May said. Ettie sighed and whispered to her sister. "I know what I'm doing with cats. I'll take her home and look after her. I'll train her to behave and stop destroying your wool, and she'll be just fine." "I hope so." "I do have a heart, Elsa May, I do." Ettie looked at the vet, and he looked up at her. "I do have a heart," she told him. "That's my sister for you." The vet smiled and looked down at the kitten. "The only thing I'd say is she's overweight." "That's Ettie's fault. She does most of the cooking," Elsa May blurted out. "My fault?" Ettie frowned at her sister. "I'll meet you outside." Elsa May left Ettie to make all the arrangements for the spaying and sat outside the clinic on a bus seat. Several minutes later, Ettie walked out and looked around. She spotted her sister, moved over, and sat down beside her. Elsa May said, "We should find a new vet. He kept us waiting way too long before we got in to see him. And what does he mean? I'm overweight. I've just got big bones." Ettie looked at her and laughed. "You thought he said you were overweight?" Elsa May frowned. "He should only be concerned about the kitten. He's not a people doctor." "He said the kitten was fat, not you. You've really got to get your hearing checked." Elsa May chuckled. "Really? It was the kitten that's fat?" "Yes." "Oh, I didn't know. That's why I walked out before I said something I regretted." Ettie stared straight in front of her. "She doesn't look fat to me. I have to spoon feed her at night, practically." "You feed her at night, too?" "Yes." "So do I." Both sisters sighed at the same time. "Well, at least he didn't think I was fat," Elsa May said. "He might have, but he just didn't say it." Elsa May put her hand over her mouth and laughed. I like having an extra bit of padding. It's comforting. When do we come back to get Kelly?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Ah, okay. It'll be quiet without her today and tomorrow. Ettie stood up and looked around at the other people taking their animals to be treated. Elsa May stood too. It's one thing after another. What's most bothersome is that we called the cat Kelly. How are we going to explain that to Detective Kelly? He is a man, and he was so honored that we named the kitty after him. What message does that send to him?
It's fine. Kelly can be a name for a boy or a girl.
You have no understanding of anything, Elsa May said.
I know what you're saying. I'm just seeing the positive side of things. We now have a female cat. That's better than having a tomcat about the place, don't you think, since he is going to be a house cat? We don't even have to tell Kelly that she's a female now. He'll never have to know. He doesn't even like cats. And he doesn't like dogs either.
Elsa May shook her head at her sister. Let's just go home and forget this ever happened.
Well, we can't forget everything. We can't forget to come back and get Kelly.
Don't tempt me. I wasn't the one who wanted a cat. Elsa May pressed her lips together.
Cheer up. You said yourself that you like Kelly now.
I suppose so.
Ettie poked Elsa May in the ribs to make her smile.
Elsa May laughed as she slapped her sister's hand away. Let's go home, and for your error about the kitten's gender, you can do the washing up after you cook tonight.
I'd be happy to do that.
Ettie smiled and didn't remind Elsa May they had decided to eat leftovers tonight. When they reached the house, Ettie looked up at the gray sky and remembered they hadn't called Elsa May's grandson to fix the leak in their roof.
Elsa May, it looks as though it could rain.
You be a dear and go call Jeremiah.
You do it, and you can take Snowy for a walk on the way. He hasn't been out today yet.
They walked inside, and Elsa May looked at her dog curled up in his bed. He's not complaining. He opened his eyes and didn't even get up.
I know, but we don't want to get accused of having another fat animal, do we?
Elsa May groaned. Okay, but I'm only going down to make the call, and then I'll come back.
I guess I'll come with you.
Yes, you should. Ettie and Elsa May walked to the shanty where the phone was housed, the bottom of their dresses swishing in the grass on the roadside. Before they reached their destination, Ettie grabbed Elsa May's arm and pointed at something on the ground.
What's that?
Elsa May squinted. I've left my knitting glasses at home. I can't see close up or far away without them. What does it look like? Ettie inched closer.
It's a person.
Careful, Elsa May cautioned. It could be a trick. Ettie walked over and stood over the body. It was a woman lying on her back.
Oh, she's dead.
Chapter 2. Elsa May stepped back, pulling Snowy with her, her mouth open in shock. This couldn't be happening.
It looks like she died quickly.
Ettie grabbed onto Elsa May's arm, and they froze in the moment. They both turned when they heard a car coming toward them. Ettie and Elsa May looked up at the old green sedan. The car slowed as it approached them, then stopped. A window rolled down. A middle-aged man stuck his head out. He looked at Ettie and Elsa May huddled together, their faces white. "Anything wrong?" he called out.
There's a dead body,
Ettie said. Where? The man's gaze swept up and down the roadside.
Over there,
Ettie pointed.
under the tree.
The man looked at where she was pointing, then looked back at her. Are you sure it's a body? It might be a scarecrow. There are plenty of them about. It's not a scarecrow, Elsa May said. It's a dead woman. How do you know she's dead? He asked.
Because we've seen dead bodies before, Ettie told him.
The man turned off the engine, got out of the car, and stood beside them. Yep, I'd say you were right. She looks pretty dead to me. Elsa May reached for Ettie's hand. We need to get her away from the road or cover her with something. Ettie stared at the body. How will we do that? The man asked.
We'll figure something out, Ettie said.
And we don't want her to be found like this until her relatives can be told, Elsa May added. I'm not sure it matters what we want, the man said. I think someone is already on to us. Elsa May looked back and saw a police car drive past them and stop behind the green sedan. A well-dressed man in a brown suit got out and walked toward them. This car's blocking the road. He nodded at the green sedan. When no one spoke, the plain-clothed policeman asked, Is there a problem? Elsa May stepped forward, staring at the policeman. He was a small, thin man with glasses that magnified his expressionless features. His dark, thinning hair stuck out at the sides like a mad scientist. She guessed him to be in his late 30s. Ettie stayed close by her side.
Yes, there's a problem. This lady here is dead.
The policeman looked at Ettie and then at the man standing a little behind them before his gaze fell on the corpse. I am a detective. Did anyone see what happened? The detective inched closer to look at the woman and moved one side of his coat aside, with his hand hovering close to his gun holster. The man came closer to the detective. I was just driving along and I saw these two women. It seemed like something was up, so I stopped to see what was wrong. Did anyone see what happened to this woman? The detective asked again. No, Elsa May shook her head. We just came along and there she was. I'll call it in. No one move. This is a murder. Don't go anywhere. The detective gave them a look and then strode back to his car. Shall I move my car? The man called out. Leave it for now. The detective then sat in his car, and they saw him speaking on the car's radio. If only we'd come here before she died when she was sick. But I suppose she might not have been sick. It doesn't always follow. Elsa May sighed helplessly.
Dead is a lot worse than sick. You can't bring a dead person back to life, Ettie said. There was Lazarus, the brother of Martha and Mary. He came back to life.
I suppose you're right, but that was a long time ago. Elsa May looked at Snowy. You should have seen that dead woman before us, Snowy. Is that your dog? The man asked. Elsa May placed her hand over her fast-beating heart. Yes, he's a special dog. He can sense things. He nodded. Most dogs are like that. The man leaned down to pat Snowy, and then Snowy rolled over for his tummy to be rubbed. The man obliged and then stood up. I'm Harold Badger.
Hello, Harold. I'm Ettie Smith, and this is my older sister, Elsa May Lutz.
Elsa May grunted. She so often told Ettie to stop introducing her in that way. At their age, what did it matter who was older? Do you both live around these parts? Harold asked.
Just up the road. We were only coming here to use the phone. What about yourself?
Before Harold could answer, the detective was back. I'm Detective Smart. We've got a team coming, and you'll need to answer some questions, so you will all need to stay here. It seems the woman has been shot. Murdered? Elsa May gasped.
That's no good. No good at all. Is Detective Kelly coming?
Ettie asked. The detective tilted his head to one side. "You know Detective Kelly?"
"We've met him once or twice," Ettie said to prevent Elsa May from diving into a lengthy explanation about how well they knew Kelly and all the previous cases they'd helped solve.
"He'll be here in a minute. He's not far away. He handles most of the murders in this town." "Did you just say most of them?" Harold asked. "Yes." Harold's bushy eyebrows rose. "How many do you have?" "The statistics tell us that we're slightly above average in this region." Harold scoffed. "Above average is usually good. I guess when it comes to the number of murders, it's bad." "Did any of you know the deceased?" Detective Smart looked at each of them in turn. "No, Ettie and I have never seen her before," Elsa May said. Harold shook his head. "Me either." When Elsa May saw a large white car, she nudged Ettie in the ribs. Ettie looked over to see Kelly had just parked his car behind the other detective's vehicle. Detective Kelly got out of the car and approached them. Detective Smart met him and spoke for a few minutes before ending their conversation. Then Kelly looked up and gazed at them before he walked forward. "Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lutz, I won't even ask what you two are doing here." Chapter 3.
"This is Harold," Ettie told Detective Kelly, pointing at the man they'd just met. "He got here just after we found the unfortunate woman."
Kelly looked Harold up and down, and before he could utter a word, Detective Smart said to Kelly, "The victim is over there." Detective Kelly gazed in the direction of the body and then headed over to get a better look. The younger detective followed. They overheard Kelly ask Detective Smart, "Did she have a bag or a purse of any kind?" "I didn't look. I didn't want to disturb anything. I just called it in." Then Kelly leaned down, picked up a stick, and scooped something up with the end.
"It looks like a prayer cup,"
Ettie whispered to Elsa May. "I can see that, Ettie. It's large enough that I can see that without my knitting spectacles." Kelly looked down at the body and shook his head. "Another one," he muttered. "What is going on around here?" "The murders must be connected to the Amish," Detective Smart commented, staring at the cop. At that moment, both Kelly and Smart turned to look at Ettie and Elsa May. Harold must have heard them too, because he took a step away from the ladies. "I heard what you said, and that's preposterous," Elsa May boomed in a voice louder than usual. "This is not the only murder where we found one of these." Detective Kelly held the stick to them with the prayer cup on the end of it, its strings waving in the evening breeze. "What do you think about that?" Ettie and Elsa May exchanged a look.
"We don't know, Detective Kelly," Ettie said. "But we're going to find out."
Kelly gave them a skeptical look, set the cup down where he found it, and walked over to them. "And how do you plan to do that?"
"We're going to investigate, of course," Ettie said. "We can't have our people under suspicion like this. It's what Elsa May said before."
"Preposterous," Elsa May said with a sharp nod. Kelly gave Detective Smart a sidelong glance and then threw his hands up and said to the ladies, "You're going to investigate. Who are you two old ladies to investigate anything? I've been on the force for most of my life. I've been investigating things for a lot longer than that. I've investigated lots of things. Some of them turned out to be infamous." Ettie was taken aback at his outburst. He was never like this. Elsa May cut him short. "Yes, we know. We have listened to you talk about your investigations for what feels like most of our lives. Now it's our turn. Come along, Ettie."
Elsa May started walking home, pulling Snowy along with her.
"Wait a minute," Kelly said. "You can't just walk away from a crime scene."
Elsa May stopped and turned around.
"We're not walking away from a crime scene. We're going home. Ettie will cook a meal, and then we'll settle in for the evening." "Oh, no, you're not." Kelly's face turned sour. "You're going to stay here and answer some questions."
"We're not able to answer any questions," Ettie said. "We can't talk about things because we don't know anything. We don't know what happened here, and we don't know who killed this person."
Detective Kelly placed his hands on his hips. "Then how do you know it wasn't an Amish person who did it?"
Elsa May spun around to face him.
"It couldn't have been."
He knew how to push their buttons.
"How do you know that?"
Kelly asked again.
"We just know."
Snowy was pulling at the lead, so Elsa May leaned down and unclipped him. Kelly's eyebrows pinched together.
"There's no such thing as just knowing."
Elsa May shook a finger at the detective.
"This is where you have to have faith."
He nodded toward the head covering.
"That is what you Amish ladies wear."
"It's a head covering. Some call it a prayer cap," Ettie told him.
Detective Smart interjected. "It seems an Amish person was involved." "Yes," Kelly agreed, and then turned back to the ladies. "And why was she killed at the bottom of your street?" Detective Kelly raised his eyebrows.
Elsa May shrugged her shoulders.
"We don't know. We've never seen her before. Come along, Ettie." "I'll expect you both in my office tomorrow early," Kelly grunted. "Be prepared." "We'll be there. Goodbye, Harold. Come on, Snowy."
Elsa May linked arms with Ettie, and they walked away.
Snowy followed them after he relieved himself on the tire of Detective Kelly's car.
As the sisters disappeared up the road, the evidence collection team and the coroner arrived. Kelly questioned Harold and took note of his contact details. After that, Kelly got a call. He was needed back at the station on another matter. Detective Kelly walked back to his car and eased himself behind the wheel. He sat there for a minute, looking at the scene surrounded by crime tape, thinking about what it was like being a small-town detective. At this point in his career, he wasn't thinking about being promoted. He was just happy to have a well-paid job that didn't involve any more responsibility. He put the car in gear and pulled away from the curb. As he drove past the squad cars and the ambulance, he noticed the two officers standing next to a blue plastic sheet. They were murmuring and looking down at the body. Kelly realized that was how he spent most of his time, standing around and looking at dead bodies. He didn't think he could do it for much longer. He had a victim he knew nothing about, no suspects, and no motive. He usually liked to solve murders immediately, but this one was different. This one felt like it would be challenging since it appeared to be connected to two other murders. He drove on a straight road for miles, took a left turn, went another block, and turned into the police station parking lot. The station had been built with an open design that looked over the town square. The administrators thought it would inspire the officers to be more proactive about fighting crime. But it didn't affect Kelly much. He still got paid, whether he solved crimes or not. Chapter 4.
Elsa May pushed her door open, leaned down to unclip Snowy's leash, and realized he wasn't on the leash. "What's going on? He's off the leash."
Yes, you unclipped him when you were arguing with Kelly. Then you handed the leash to me.
Ettie gave it back to her. "Thank you. Oh, Ettie, this is dreadful. That poor woman."
I know, it's unsettling. We better lock the doors and the windows tonight.
Elsa May hung up the leash and then rubbed her neck. "What did Kelly mean when he said another one?"
I think he said there had been a lot of murders lately. I was too shaken at the time to take much notice. I think he was trying to impress the young officer, detective, or whatever he was. That's why Kelly was meaner than usual to us today.
That's what I thought. What would it hurt him to be polite? Then that younger detective might learn by example.
We'll visit Kelly at the station tomorrow and see what he's found out. And what did he mean when he said an Amish person might have killed him?
Her, Ettie, her. Let's not make the same mistake that we made with the cat. Detective Kelly was just trying to provoke us. What do you think the police will do next?
They'll start a search for the murderer. Kelly will expect us to ask around our community.
Ettie leaned back on the couch.
We will, of course, since we told him we would. We can't have them think someone in our community is involved.
Kelly and that younger detective thought it was something to do with our community. It could all be police talk.
No, it's not. That head covering was evidence, Elsa May. It was evidence of something, but I'm not sure what.
Nonsense. They say things like that all the time just to raise the ire of the public. They think we don't know what they're doing. But we can read between the lines. The cop must have fallen out of a buggy. It might have nothing to do with anything.
A coincidence,
Ettie said. Exactly. Ettie wrinkled her nose and looked out the window at the last of the daylight vanishing from the sky while Elsa May kept talking. Elsa May pulled her knitting out of the bag by her feet. "I'm going to miss the kitty tonight. You were right." Ettie swung around to face her sister. It was rare that she got any praise at all. She just said she was right. "Thank you." "For what?" Elsa May stopped fiddling with her knitting and stared at her.
"You said I was right, and you thanked me."
"And I'll be thanking you again if you start cooking. Although I don't know I'll have an appetite after all we've just been through. I'll have to force the food down." She started knitting again. "Why are you looking at me?"
You said I was right. I need a minute for that to soak in."
"Why are you so shocked?" Elsa May asked. "You're often right about things."
"I know that, but you rarely say it."
"I do. I did just then, so that proves it. Now stop wasting time. I know we've both been through a big shock, but if I can pick up my knitting and continue with that, you can continue cooking the evening meal." Ettie left her sister and walked to the kitchen. She stared at the dreadful mess Elsa May had left after she'd made the lunch. There was a heap of pastry on the table and broken eggshells. She flung them into the bin. She filled the sink with hot water and washed the yellow yolks off the worktop and the floor. The tap spluttered, spat, and then ran clear. When the kitchen was clean, she took the lid off the pot and stirred the remains of last night's meal around. There was a spoonful of beans, a sprig of parsley, and some potato. Probably not enough there for a satisfying meal. She'd need to add something else. The chicken breasts she got out of the gas-powered fridge were dry. Ettie put some oil in a pan and added onions, garlic, and sun-dried tomatoes. She stirred in some herbs and salt. The pot warmed the kitchen as the onions sizzled. Ettie got the bread out of the bread bin, chopped 2 slices into croutons, and put them in a bowl. She cut 4 pieces of ham in half and added them to the bowl with a dollop of butter. She took a deep breath, cracked open an egg, emptied it into a cup, and beat it with a fork. She stirred it into the pan. She took another deep breath and remembered to turn down the heat so the egg didn't overcook. When it was cooked, she heated some pasta to go with it. Once that was done, she mixed it all together before she spooned servings onto a plate and carried it out to Elsa May.
"Here you are."
Elsa May stared at the food on the plate and then looked up at Ettie. "What are you doing?"
"I'm giving you food."
Ettie suspected Elsa May was going to complain about the pasta. "We're not going to eat here like we don't care about anything. We'll eat in the kitchen as we always do. This is no time to let go of our standards." Elsa May gave Ettie a look of complete disapproval.
"Okay, the kitchen is clean now, so I suppose we can do that."
"I should hope the kitchen is clean, just like I left it." Ettie kept quiet about the mess the kitchen had been in. Elsa May had always insisted that Ettie was messy when the opposite was true. They sat eating at the small kitchen table with the murder on both of their minds. "Why was that poor woman killed?" Elsa May asked as she heaped some food onto her fork.
"Did you notice anything strange at the crime scene?"
"I didn't really, did you?"
"No, we weren't there long enough."
Ettie kept eating. Neither of them could focus on their meal of thrown-together leftovers. They kept thinking about the woman who had been murdered and the unanswered questions. They would have taken all the evidence. That's what happens. You saw the white van that passed us. They collect every single thing.
"They might have missed something,"
Ettie insisted. "It's not likely. They're highly trained."
"I think we should go for a walk tomorrow morning to see what we might find. Maybe the victim was walking and dropped something."
Elsa May sighed. "We'd be looking for a needle in a haystack. And besides, I'm not going out there. The killer might still be lurking around."
"Well, we can just walk to clear our minds."
Ettie intended to go, even if her sister didn't come with her. "No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying behind locked doors and bolted windows. Let's just see what information we can get from Detective Kelly before he starts troubling everyone in the community."
"That's right. We wouldn't want that. He's ridiculous to think that one of our people is involved."
Elsa May nodded. "I agree. So why don't you tell him that?"
"I will. I'll tell him tomorrow as soon as I see him."
Elsa May chuckled. "I'd like to see that, and hear it as well." Chapter 5. When Ettie and Elsa May were settling in for a quiet night, there was a loud knock on the door. Ettie looked over at Elsa May, and she could see she, too, was worried. No one ever came to visit them at this time of night. It had to be someone delivering bad news. Ettie got to her feet and opened the door. There in front of her stood her estranged daughter, Myra.
"Myra! I mean Sparkle."
"I go by the name of Myra now. I'm being my authentic self. Now, will you stop gawking at me and allow me inside?" Ettie reached over and hugged her daughter.
"Elsa May, look who's here. It's Myra. She's gone back to calling herself Myra."
Elsa May pushed herself up and walked over to greet her niece. Then they ushered her into the living room. "What have you been doing with yourself?" Elsa May asked. "Do you still have the wellness center?"
No, I sold it. What about the crystal healing? Ettie asked.
"That's not my calling. I learned that the hard way." Ettie took a good look at Myra. She was way too skinny in her red pants and jacket. It was apparent she needed a decent meal or two. Eddie's gaze started at her black high-heeled boots and then traveled upward until she noticed a large diamond ring on Myra's finger.
Are you married?
"Not anymore. I was briefly married to Ronald." She stared down at the ring. "I kept the ring, of course. Why wouldn't I?" "Ronald?" Elsa May asked.
Ronald Crowley? Our old detective?"
Ettie asked.
"That's right." "Why didn't you invite us to the wedding?"
Ettie frowned at her daughter. "Or at least tell us it was happening," Elsa May asked. "It's in the past. We're not married now. At the time, we didn't want a fuss made." Ettie didn't know why her daughter always shut her out. Even before Myra had left the community, she was distant. Now the only time Myra ever visited was when she was in trouble or needed something. That led Ettie to wonder what Myra wanted now.
It would have been nice to know that you got married. That's a big thing in someone's life.
"Why? It wasn't my first marriage, and you didn't go to that one just because I have a different view of religion than you do." Elsa May took off her knitting glasses and looped them over the top of her dress. "You don't have any religion, do you, Myra?" Myra lifted her chin. "I have an open mind, not a closed one like you two. And I'm not married now. I'm going through a divorce. Technically, I suppose I am married, but in my heart I'm not." "How is Crowley?" Elsa May asked. "What about me? Aren't you more concerned about how I am? This is my second divorce. It's so stressful." "Sorry to hear that." Elsa May put her glasses back on, sat down, and continued knitting.
What brings you here?
Ettie thought it better to get straight to the point, seeing Myra had a bad reaction to every little thing they said. "Murder. I heard there was a murder just down the road from here."
Yes, that's right. How did you hear about that so quickly?
"The late news. And I heard that 2 elderly Amish ladies found the body. I knew it had to be you two, and Snowy." "Lonely? Did you say 2 lonely Amish ladies? How would they know that?"
She said elderly, Elsa May, not lonely,
Ettie said. "Oh." Elsa May looked up at Myra. "Where did you hear that?" "I already said I heard it on the news." Elsa May scoffed. "I wouldn't say we are elderly. We can walk unaided, and we can feed ourselves." "So it was the both of you?" Myra asked, looking from her mother to her aunt. Ettie nodded.
"Yes, we found her when we were walking Snowy."
"Well, I thought it was time I came for a visit as well. So I haven't just come for work." Elsa May's eyebrows rose. "Work, did you say?" "Yes. Oh, I haven't told you. I'm becoming an author, a true crime author." Ettie and Elsa May just looked at her. Ettie was the first to speak.
"I thought you opened a wellness center."
"No, I sold it. I just told you that. Weren't you listening?" "That's right. It's a lot to take in." Elsa May continued knitting. "Made a profit. Did quite nicely, too, thank you."
"I thought you did something with crystals, crystal healing."
Myra rolled her eyes. "What is it with the two of you? Maybe I should write everything down so you remember what I said a whole 3 minutes ago." Please don't bring up crystals or the wellness center again. It's irritating. I am going to write a book about your murder." Elsa May dropped her knitting into her lap. "We're going to be killed?" "No!" Myra scowled at her aunt.
"She means she's going to write about the woman's murder, the woman we found."
Ettie was right. Myra was only there for self-interest. She hadn't come to see them at all. "Correct, Mother. A podcast would be better, and I could follow you both and report on your investigation. But I've made up my mind to write. Then I'll pitch the book once I have it outlined. It would be wonderful if the killer turns out to be Amish. That's my best hope. What a great story that would make. I'll be famous." Myra looked up at the ceiling while Ettie and Elsa May gasped at her suggestion.
"Don't be like that, Myra."
Ettie frowned. "A big court case would be divine. More people would read my book. Then I could move on to investigating other murders. I might even go on TV. I saw a documentary last night where they interviewed an author. They were making out the author was an expert, but all he did was report on the facts. It's not hard." "If he had all the facts, he might have been an expert," Elsa May suggested. Ettie sat there not saying anything. It looked like her daughter and her sister were about to clash. Thankfully, Myra didn't notice what Elsa May had said. "Oh, you are going to investigate, aren't you?" Myra looked between the two of them.
"I guess so," Ettie said. "We are obligated to since there's the connection with the head coverings."
"You could sound more enthusiastic, Mom. Wait, what connection with head coverings?" "You'll have to tell her now, Ettie." Ettie grunted.
"I wish you wouldn't do this, Myra. There's nothing good about murder. Someone has been killed. They've died before their time."
Yes, tell me all you know, or I'll have to go to your Detective Kelly and ask him." "Didn't you hear that on the news?" Elsa May snapped. "You seem to know enough about it." "I didn't hear much. I need to know more details. Tell me." Ettie swallowed hard.
"Well, keep this to yourself until the cases are solved."
"I will. Go on." Myra reached into her bag and pulled out a pen and a notebook.
"I don't know a lot, but I do know that with 2 other murders, there was a prayer cup found with the body. We overheard that."
"Or found close to the body. We're not too sure how close to the body," Elsa May added. "It could just be a coincidence." "Other murders?" Myra asked.
"Kelly mentioned something about other murders. We didn't ask more."
"Nothing is a coincidence. I'm here for a reason. Now I know I'm on the right path." Myra looked up at the ceiling. "If only I knew more about astrology. It's all written in the stars, you know. We can't escape our fate." Ettie wondered how her daughter could have wandered so far off the narrow way she had been raised. What had she done wrong with her? Elsa May continued click-clacking her knitting needles. "Where are you living at the moment, Myra?" "New York, right in the city. I haven't been there long, and I'm considering moving again. I want somewhere a little quieter. That's best for when I get famous. Although it might depend on where the book takes me. I could go on the road. There'll be interviews on talk shows, podcasts, and all kinds of things."
"Interviews?"
"Yes, all the news channels will want to know what I found out. I mean what you've found out, but I'll be reporting on it." "You can't stay here. The house is too small," Elsa May blurted out. Myra huffed. "Why would I stay here? I'm staying in a hotel with room service." Myra looked around. "I see nothing has changed here, not even the furniture." "Why would we change it when there's nothing wrong with it?" Elsa May narrowed her eyes at her niece. "No reason if you like living like this. I redecorate every couple of years." Myra stood up. "I'll go now. I just wanted to check in. Now, what time are we starting in the morning?" "Starting what?" Elsa May asked. "Investigating, of course." Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other. "Knowing you two, you won't be up that early. I'll be back at 9 in the morning. Don't leave without me." Myra made her way to the door. "Goodbye. And don't worry, I won't get in your way. I'll be as quiet as a mouse. The only thing you'll hear out of me is my pen scribbling away in my notepad." When she left, Ettie and Elsa May sat silently for a moment while they recovered. "I wasn't expecting that." Ettie looked down. "Let's look at the advantage of having Myra here. The good thing is that she has a car. We'll get around so much quicker. There will be a cost, and I'm not talking of a financial one. I know she's your daughter and my niece, and I love her. But she's not the easiest person to get along with. Apart from that, she's an exhausting person to be around, which I suppose is the same thing." Elsa May stared at Ettie when she didn't answer. "Ettie?"
Give me a moment. I'm still getting used to the fact that she and Crowley got married."
"And now they're not married, and we are only finding out about it now."
"I thought we were more important to both of them than that."
Ettie sighed. "It seems not. Now she wants to write books. It seems she's doing something different every couple of years. At her age, she should have settled down by now with a nice man and some children. That'll never happen now, not at her age. Poor Crowley." Elsa May bit her lip. "Ah, we should have asked her to drive us to collect Kelly from the vet's tomorrow."
"I'm sure she'll do that. I thought you didn't want to see too much of her,"
Ettie said. "Let's try to be tolerant of Myra while she's here. We need to find out who killed that woman more than ever and do it fast." Ettie looked at her sister. She didn't want to agree with her out loud, but Myra was somewhat difficult to get along with, and in Myra's eyes, Ettie couldn't do anything right. Chapter 6. As they drove to the police station the next morning, Myra asked, "How is Detective Kelly these days?" Elsa May leaned over from the back seat where she sat with Ettie. "He's married, so he's off the market." Myra laughed. "I'm not interested in him. I was just asking. I'm certainly not interested in him if he's married." "It hasn't stopped you before," Elsa May muttered. Myra gasped at her aunt's comment. "That's not necessary. I didn't know that man was married." "I'm just stating the facts. You can't blame a person for that." "Well, you shouldn't do that if it's going to hurt someone's feelings."
"She's sorry. She didn't mean it,"
Ettie said on behalf of her sister. "I want to hear her apologize to me," Myra said. Elsa May looked out the window. Facts were facts. But they now had the use of a car, which was valuable to their investigations. "I shouldn't have said it, and for that I'm sorry. But that doesn't change the facts." "I accept your apology, Aunt Elsa May. I know you wouldn't have meant to be hurtful."
"There, that's nice. We are all getting along." Ettie grinned.
"Yes, Mother, we're just one big happy family where the generation gaps don't have one thing in common. We're united in one common goal. We must do all we can to find out who killed that poor woman." Elsa May looked out the window again. "Exactly. I can't wait to hear what your Detective Kelly has found out," Myra said excitedly.
"You can't come in with us when we talk to him,"
Ettie told her.
"Why?"
Do you both think I will chase him like some desperate woman? I didn't fall in love with Crowley because he was a detective. I don't have a thing for detectives."
"We didn't think you did," Ettie told her. "You can stay in the waiting area, and we'll be sure to tell you everything he says."
"I'm fine with that, as long as you do tell me everything." Detective Kelly closed the door to his office and sat down behind his desk. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Ettie and Elsa May. Ettie began.
"First of all, I wanted to apologize for Elsa May's behavior yesterday."
Elsa May stared at Ettie. "My behavior? What did I do?" "It's quite all right," Kelly said. "I, too, regret how I spoke to the both of you. It was unwarranted. I was just upset with all the murders happening. I do have an update for you. The woman killed yesterday was Jillian Doyle." Ettie gasped and put her hand over her mouth. Elsa May stared at the detective, her face white. "Do you know her?" Kelly asked. Ettie shook her head.
"No, but giving her a name makes it more real. She was a person."
Detective Kelly continued. "We were able to identify her so fast because of her dental records. A woman came forward and suspected the victim was her granddaughter. The victim had no personal items on her, no phone, no bag, not even a credit card."
"Oh, my," Ettie whispered. "What happened?"
"Seems she was shot elsewhere and dumped where you found her. We found a gun in the bushes nearby. We found some fingerprints. Some we couldn't identify, but we've identified a partial fingerprint. The fingerprint belongs to a Jim Schroeder. Years ago, he was arrested on suspicion of stealing a car. He was let off, but his prints remain in the system." "Did you find this Jim Schroeder?" Elsa May asked. "We went to his last known address and found his parents. They haven't seen Jim for years. They don't know where he is. You'll be interested in the next bit."
"Oh?"
Ettie asked, leaning forward. "Jim and his parents used to be Amish." Kelly interlaced his fingers and placed his hands on the desk in front of him. "And that is the connection I've been looking for. Jim was raised Amish, and then we have the Amish head coverings at the crime scenes. As soon as we find Jim Schroeder, our case will be solved. We'll have found our man." Elsa May frowned. "Jim Schroeder, you said?" "Yes, that's right. Do you know him?" Kelly leaned forward. Ettie shook her head.
"No, we don't know her."
Elsa May dug Ettie in the ribs. "Him?"
"Oh, we don't know him," Ettie corrected herself.
"Who are his parents?" Elsa May asked. "Heather and Nehemiah Schroeder. They told me they came from a small community near Ohio. Before moving here, they left the Amish in their community years ago." "Nehemiah. Now there's a good name." Elsa May looked up at the ceiling. "You don't hear that name much anymore. It's a shame." Kelly continued. "They're in their late 50s.
"So how old would Jim have been when they left the community?"
Ettie asked. "Around 15, and today he'd be 31. We have a description of Jim Schroeder, and we would appreciate it if you ladies could keep an eye out for him around town." Detective Kelly handed 2 photos to Ettie. "This is a photograph of the man in his younger years."
"So, you no longer believe these murders had anything to do with anyone in our community?"
Ettie asked. "I didn't say that. In fact, the opposite is true. Jim Schroeder's parents told me their son joined your community years ago and returned to his Amish roots." Ettie gasped, and her hand covered her heart.
"Our community?"
"Oh, then why didn't you say that when we first got here?" Elsa May asked. "I'm telling you now." Ettie looked down at the photo. He just looked like an ordinary man. His face was square, his nose was an average size, and his eyes appeared to be hazel from the picture.
I haven't seen him. Have you, Elsa May?
Elsa May peered at the photo. Me either. He doesn't look familiar. Oh, we didn't tell you. Myra, Ettie's daughter, is visiting us. She's offered to drive us where we need to go. Excellent. Say hello to her for me. Elsa May narrowed her eyes. Why? He stared at her. Why, say hello? You only want to say hello? Elsa May inquired. That's what I said. Ettie dug her sister in the ribs. Stop it, Ettie hissed. Elsa May's brow furrowed. What, Ettie?
Just be normal, please,
Ettie whispered. Chapter 7. Kelly tapped the photo that was now lying on his desk. Imagine this man years older with a beard and a hat. Hiding out in your Amish community would be a perfect cover. He'd be hiding in plain sight. Why would he need a disguise? Elsa May asked. It's a bit extreme to join our community for a murder he would commit in the future. Ettie raised her eyebrows.
Or do you think he's only just joined?
Detective Kelly leaned back in his chair, and a growl came from the back of his throat. I didn't want to tell you this, but we have had a couple of murders that followed the same M.O. as this one. You mentioned that yesterday, Elsa May said.
How many murders?
Ettie asked. Besides this one, too. Initial ballistic results show that the same gun was used in all 3 cases. The other 2 victims were also dumped along the side of the road in your region.
You also found an Amish head covering nearby in those other 2?
Ettie asked, just to make sure she wasn't missing anything. Correct. That and the gun ties these murders together. I didn't want to share too much with you yesterday with Detective Smart standing close by. He wouldn't understand the relationship we have. So there have been 3 murders, and you think it's the same killer? Elsa May asked. Kelly gave a nod. Undoubtedly. Elsa May shook her head at him. If it's got anything slightly to do with our community, I would have thought you would have told us when the first murder happened. I didn't want to bother you. You're both getting on in years, and Elsa May leaned across the desk. We're the same as always. We don't let numbers stop us. We don't even remember how old we are, do we, Ettie? Ettie made a face.
That might not be the best thing to say right now.
Elsa May frowned at Ettie. He knows what I'm saying.
What Elsa May means is that we are quite capable of doing anything and everything. We don't want any rain clouds of doubt to hover over our community.
As you wish. It will be good to get some help with this one. You can ask your people if they have heard of this man, Jim Schroeder. Of course, he could be using a nom de plume.
A what?
Ettie asked. Elsa May told her. He could be using a different name. Ettie looked back at Detective Kelly.
Why didn't you just say that?
He grinned. I was trying to be fancy.
We don't have time for fancy, Ettie said. Let's get down to it, shall we?
Fine by me, the detective said. You have my cell phone number if you need to get hold of me. I'm sure I'll be hearing from you soon. It may be sooner than you think, Elsa May said. How's that? The detective asked. Just a feeling. Elsa May pushed herself to her feet. Wait, before you go, I'll run this photo through the copy machine and you can take a copy with you. Kelly picked up the photo and walked out the door. Ettie gave a long, drawn-out sigh. What's that for? Elsa May asked.
Do you really think this Jim fellow is hiding in our community under a beard?
You never know.
If that's right, and he finds out we're looking for him, it could be dangerous.
Ettie bit her lip. What else are we going to do? I'd happily stay at home knitting for the rest of my days. But you need to be doing something. You refuse to knit, which means I can't have peace. Things would be different if we could both knit for charity. If only you were more like me. Ettie chuckled.
I do my needlework. Knitting is too slow for me.
The opposite is true. I'm not going to argue about it. Let's just find this Jim Schroeder man, and then Myra can go home, go on tour, or do whatever she wants.
I want to get close to Myra while she's here. She's always acting like she's got a problem with me. But I've done nothing. I don't know why she hates me. I'd like that to change before she leaves.
I think she loves to hate you. It'll be a hard habit for her to break. Kelly walked in and handed them a copy of the photo. Ettie thanked him, folded it, and then put it into her string bag. Then the two ladies made their way down the long corridor to Myra, who was waiting in the reception area.
Why did you say he'd be hearing from us soon? Ettie whispered.
Oh, don't go talking about what I said. What about you with your rain clouds of doubt? Elsa May chuckled. Ettie shrugged her shoulders.
It made sense at the time.
It didn't. When they walked into the waiting room, they were surprised to see Harold sitting there talking with Myra. Harold? Elsa May asked. He grinned at them. The detective asked me to come here. They want to talk with me again. Not that I know anything.
Are you a suspect?
Ettie inquired. He shrugged his shoulders. I hope not. I know as much as you two. I knew something was wrong when I saw both of you, so I stopped. Too many people turn a blind eye to their fellow man or woman. I've never been like that. I like to help people. When the detective called him in, Myra asked her mother, You know that man?
You heard him. He came along after we found the body.
Well, he could have killed her. Did you think of that? Elsa May told Ettie in a low voice. Ettie bit her lip.
If Harold killed that woman, why would he deliberately put himself under the police's nose?
That's what killers do, especially serial killers. I've been studying them. Some even contact the detectives. They like to think they're smarter than everyone. They see it as a game, Myra told them. I'm not saying it about that man. He seemed very nice. I saw you were talking to him, Elsa May said, a hint of disapproval in her voice. He was sitting there. It was hard to avoid it. Chapter 8. Once they were out of the police station, they told Myra everything they'd learned from the detective. We need to figure out a plan of attack. Myra tapped her chin with a long red fingernail. Exactly, Elsa May agreed. Ettie and I know of this wonderful little cafe where we can get a bite to eat, a cup of coffee, and we can nut all this out. Myra's face soured. I'm not hungry. I just had breakfast. No matter. You can watch Ettie and me eat. Myra rolled her eyes. How long is this going to take? Ettie put her hands on Myra's shoulders.
It'll take as long as it takes. This is what your aunt and I do. We investigate murders and eat cake.
Myra followed them up the road, complaining all the while. When they arrived at the cafe, Ettie and Elsa May oohed and awed over the selection of cakes and pies in the glass display cabinet. These people have the best cakes I've ever tasted, Elsa May told Myra. Don't you think so, Ettie?" Ettie nodded.
It's like everything's been mixed in a perfect combination of ingredients.
"I agree," Elsa May nodded. "I think I'll get a slice of chocolate fudge cake today."
Me too.
Ettie motioned to the waitress.
2 of the chocolate fudge cakes, and 1 for my daughter, please. So that makes 3.
"I'm not a baby," Myra hissed. "You don't have to order for me. And I don't eat cake." Elsa May gasped. "You don't eat cake? Then what do you eat?" "Healthy things." "Like salad?" Elsa May blinked rapidly, wondering how someone could dislike cake. "Yes, and other things." Myra sighed and said to the waitress, "Just make it 2 for the fudge cake, a pot of tea for my aunt, and a coffee for my mother. I'll have a chamomile tea, please." Elsa May stared at her niece, open-mouthed. "Nothing to eat?" "No. Let's close this topic of conversation, please. I'll find us a table." Myra paid for them and then moved away. "Why has she gone like this?" Elsa May whispered to Ettie. "Chamomile tea? I thought that put you to sleep. What's she doing? Doesn't she want to stay alert? And how can she enjoy life without eating cakes or pies?"
I'm not sure of the answer to any of those questions. I did my best with her, raised her the same as I raised all of them.
"Did you drop her on her head when she was a baby?" Elsa May chuckled. Ettie sighed.
Let's find this Jim Schroeder man as soon as possible, okay?
"Yeah, I agree with that." They sat down with Myra and waited for their cake and coffee. "Thank you for paying, but you didn't have to. Ettie would have paid." Ettie frowned at Elsa May. "That's quite all right. You're welcome. So," Myra began, "they're worried that a serial killer is on the loose." Elsa May stared at her with eyes as round as saucers. "He didn't use those words, did he, Ettie?" Ettie shrugged her shoulders.
I don't recall.
"If the same person murders 3 people, that amounts to a serial killer. That means he'll likely kill again." The waitress arrived with their teas and coffee. When she left, Ettie said,
If that's right, we'll have to find Jim Schroeder before he kills again.
"Do you think it may be someone in the community now?" Elsa May pulled out the photocopied picture and they all leaned over it. "He doesn't look familiar." Myra took her phone and snapped a quick photo of the image before anyone could stop her. "I don't know if you should have done that." Elsa May gave a disapproving look. "Don't be silly. I can search his image. I have a program for it on my computer. I'll run it through and see what I can find out. The police would have done that already, but they might not tell the 2 of you everything they know." Ettie ignored the way her daughter talked down to her all the time.
He could be disguised, remember?
Ettie told her. "At least we have a name. That's a good start." Myra took a sip of tea and then reached for her phone. "I'm searching that name." After a couple of minutes, she put her phone down. "I can't find anything useful." Then the waitress came back with 2 pieces of cake. Ettie finished her first mouthful.
It's a shame you won't have some of this, Myra. It's wunderbar.
"It certainly is," Elsa May agreed. "You don't know what you're missing." "Can you 2 concentrate on murder rather than your food, please? What is our first step?" Eddie's lips turned down at the corners, and she set her cake back down on the plate. Myra was taking all the fun out of everything.
We go to the one person in the community who knows everything.
"Yeah, Ettie, that will be a good idea," Elsa May agreed. "Great thinking. Would that be the bishop?" Myra asked. "No," Elsa May shook her head. "Maggie Overberg." Ettie used to know everything, but now Maggie has taken the top spot. Of course, Ettie was never a shameless gossip. She just kept all the information and never passed it on except to tell a couple of other close friends and me. Myra put her hand over her mouth and laughed. I remember Maggie. She's still alive? Yes, Ettie and Elsa May chorused. It doesn't make sense that these victims were found with prayer cups. The police are obviously keeping that out of the news. I'm surprised Detective Kelly told the both of you.
He needed our help. No one in our community will talk with him.
But what is the significance of the cups? Myra asked. I don't get it. When we find Jim Schroeder, we'll be sure to ask him. Elsa May spooned a large amount of chocolate cake into her mouth. This is starting to get scary. I just realized what we're doing. What did the victims have in common? That should be our first place to start. Myra stared down at the photo. Ettie knew that was an obvious step, and if she hadn't had Myra suddenly drop in on them, she would have been thinking clearer. Myra tapped away on her phone. I'll find out what I can about the other two murders while you two slowly kill yourselves with all that sugar and chocolate. Ettie stopped chewing and looked down at her cake.
If it's bad, why does it taste so good?
Elsa May chuckled. After they finished at the cafe, Myra drove them to Maggie Overberg's house. Chapter 9. Maggie Overberg, labeled by Ettie and Elsa May as the community's biggest gossip, was outside her house next to her 3 apple trees when Myra's car pulled up. Ettie and Elsa May had traveled in the back seat. "That's her there," Elsa May said, pointing at her. Maggie wore a wide-brimmed hat, a long skirt, and a white apron covering her front. Sweat beads lined her forehead. They got out of the car and walked toward her. Maggie looked up and waved. "The trees need to be watered," Maggie said as she untied her apron, tossed it on the ground, and took off her sun hat to reveal the prayer cup that covered her white hair. "It's been hot and dry for weeks." "It has," Elsa May said as she walked toward her, "except for some days of rain." "Well, it didn't come here. I'm glad it is cooling down today."
We don't have an apple tree yet, Ettie said. I wonder if we should get one soon.
"It won't be long before it's too cold to get an apple tree," Elsa May said. "There might not be any available."
I don't know how to care for an apple tree, Ettie said. I've never had one before.
"Plant it and water it," Myra said, wanting to get to the point of why they were there. "That's all there is to it. It's a tree. It can't be hard." "Very true," Maggie said. "It's just that some trees need more care than others. Some need fertilizing or spraying." She sighed as she looked around her. "I try not to spray, but it's easier that way. I can give you as many apples as you want. Just come here and take them off the trees whenever you like. These trees give me more than one person can use." "Thank you, Maggie," Elsa May said. Maggie looked at them one by one. "Nice to see you all."
It's nice to see you as well, Maggie. Do you remember Myra?
"I do." Maggie looked Myra up and down. "Are you returning to the fold after several years in the wilderness?" "That ship has sailed a long time ago, gone with the wind. I'm just here with my mother and my aunt. They asked me to drive them here." "Well, we must all sit and have some refreshments, and then you can tell me why you're here. I'm sensing it's not just a casual visit."
We don't want to take up your time, Maggie. Ettie handed over the copy of the photograph. Does this man look familiar?
Maggie held the photograph close to her face and then held it at a distance. "Yes, I do believe that's a young James Schroeder without his beard."
The James Schroeder that we know? Ettie asked.
Are you sure? Elsa May snatched back the picture and had a better look. Really? Elsa May passed the photo to Ettie. Ettie studied it.
It might be James.
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure of it. Jim is a popular kind of shortened name for James. He's known by either name. Why are you asking me this?
Ettie avoided Maggie's question. What do you know about him from before he arrived here?
Maggie leaned against a tree trunk. He was raised in the community, and then his family wandered from the narrow path. They didn't believe any more, like you, Myra, but he returned to the fold by himself, and shortly after he married Susan.
Myra asked, "Do they have any children?" "Wait a minute. I thought his family was from Ohio,"
Ettie said, remembering what the detective had told them. Maggie nodded. That's right. His family is from Ohio. He joined the community here and married Susan. No one talks about his parents. It's all very hush-hush. No one wants to know what happens to people when they leave us. Susan and James have 5 children, don't they? Elsa May asked.
"Don't call him James. I'm getting confused. Let's call him Jim from now on,"
Ettie suggested. Okay, I'm fine with calling him Jim. We wouldn't want you to get confused, Ettie. So do Jim and Susan have 5 children now, Maggie? I know they have a few, Elsa May said.
"Yes, going by the last time I counted, they have 5.
Maggie looked at each of them in turn. Why are you asking? Ettie didn't want to tell Maggie too much because the plain fact was that she was a dreadful gossip.
"I'm not sure that Jim is the man we want. I don't think he's the one in this picture. I'm not convinced of it."
It is him, Maggie insisted. Why don't we talk to Jim ourselves? Myra asked. Good idea. I'll come along. It sounds important. Maggie straightened up. I'll just get my coat and change into a clean apron. Ettie knew she had to stop her.
"I don't think so. Thanks for the offer, Maggie, but it's best we go alone."
Maggie's mouth turned down. Why all this secrecy? What's happened? We can't tell you right now. I'm sorry, Maggie. If we could, we would, but we can't, so we won't. Elsa May lifted her chin. Once again, Ettie had to cover for her sister's abruptness.
"What Elsa May means is that we can't say why we want to talk with him now, but we might be able to tell you soon."
Just tell me now. Go on. I won't tell a soul. A woman was killed, and this man's fingerprint was found on the gun that killed her, Myra blurted out. Elsa May and Ettie glared at Myra in disbelief. I had to tell her, or we'd be here all day. Maggie just stood there speechless. Once again, Ettie had to smooth things over.
"It's important that you don't say anything, Maggie. It will be bad for Jim if he has nothing to do with this."
Nothing to do with what? Oh, you think Jim killed a woman? We were told this in confidence, Elsa May said. We just want to get to the bottom of it. Of course, I won't say anything to anyone. I can keep a secret. I know where Jim is right now. There's a horse auction today, and at the last meeting, I overheard him say he's going to buy a buggy horse for Ruthie, his mother-in-law. Excellent, Myra said. Where is this horse auction? Come inside, and I'll write the address down for you. Chapter 10. In the end, Ettie and Elsa May weren't successful in getting away from Maggie's house without her tagging along. When they arrived at the horse auction, it was in full swing. There were horses of all shapes and sizes. Buyers and sellers were milling about, shouting and bargaining. How are we going to find anyone in this crowd? And when and if we do find him, what will we say about the murders? Myra asked. What if he's got a gun and he shoots us? Wait, did you say murders? There has been more than one murder? Maggie asked.
There were 3, and they think the same gun was used, Ettie said.
A cold shiver ran down Myra's spine. I think we should turn back. We shouldn't be here.
We've come this far, Myra. We can't turn back now. Don't you need your story? Ettie asked.
I suppose that's true. I need to put myself at risk to reach my goal of being an award-winning journalist. They continued searching for Jim Schroeder. Myra suggested, maybe we should wait outside the men's restroom. He'll have to go there at some stage. Ettie frowned at her daughter, and Elsa May frowned even harder. I'm just being practical, Myra said. Maggie? A male voice called out from behind them. They turned around to see Jim Schroeder walking toward them. Hello, Ettie and Elsa May, he said. So nice to see you.
Hello, Jim. This is Ettie's daughter, Myra.
Hi, Myra. Myra shook his hand. He was smiling and looked so harmless in his baggy shirt and pants with his black hat pushed back on his head. It didn't seem like he was about to shoot anyone. It's nice to meet you, Myra. So what brings you here? He asked, his eyes meeting each of theirs.
Just walking around, Maggie blinked rapidly. Filling in time, looking at the lovely horses, Ettie added while wondering why his fingerprint was on a gun that had killed 3 women. She needed to call Detective Kelly and tell him they'd found him.
Well, this is the 3rd auction I've been to in the past month. I've been looking for a buggy horse, and I think I finally found a good one. He's in the back corner. Would you ladies like to accompany me and take a look? You can give me your opinion. I've got half an hour until his lot is called.
Yes, Myra said. We'd love to.
Okay, let's go then, Jim said. It's this way. They followed him through the crowd over to the horse he liked. The stall smelled of manure and damp straw. Well, what do you think of him? Jim asked as the horse stamped his hoof and neighed.
He's talking to us, Ettie said.
His coat is shiny and lovely, Elsa May commented.
Yes, a fine horse. Maggie turned her back on the horse and faced Jim.
We have a critical question to ask you, Elsa May said. He frowned. What's that? You are known by Jim or James. Is that correct? He swallowed hard. That's right. People call me by either name. People in the community have been calling me James, but I'm still called Jim. Why are you asking? He put his arm down by his side. Elsa May looked over at her sister. She'll tell you. Ettie's instincts told her he wasn't a killer. But Kelly would need evidence or proof so he could be eliminated as a suspect.
Your fingerprint was found on a gun used to kill a woman yesterday.
Ettie thought it best not to mention all 3 murders. He ran a hand through his beard. My fingerprint?
Yes.
What kind of gun?
Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other, and then Ettie said, We don't know.
How many guns do you have? Elsa May asked. I've had hunting guns over the years. Now I only have 1 gun, and it's at home. At that moment, Ettie realized if Jim were the killer, he would now have a chance to get rid of evidence from his house. She thought fast. They could call Kelly from Myra's cell phone. Can you take us there now to see if your gun is there? Elsa May asked. He moved from one foot to the other. I'm betting on this horse. I have to wait until his lot comes up. There must be some kind of mistake. He huffed and looked uncomfortable. I told y'all I know. I only have 1 gun, and it's at home. They must have made a mistake about the fingerprint. He turned away from them to pat the horse again, and Ettie didn't know what to do.
Thank you. We won't trouble you any further,
Ettie said. Chapter 11. Ettie walked away and beckoned for Myra, Maggie, and Elsa May to go with her. Then she pulled Myra aside.
Myra, I need you to dial Detective Kelly. We should have told him about Jim before we came here.
Myra pulled her phone out of her bag. You don't dial anymore, not with a cell phone. We're not in the 1800s. You tap the numbers in.
We'll start tapping this.
Ettie told Myra the number. Once Myra tapped the numbers in, she handed the phone back to Ettie. "Hello," Detective Kelly said into the phone.
Detective Kelly, it's Ettie.
"Hello, Mrs. Smith. What can I do for you?"
We found the man.
"You found Jim Schroeder?"
Yes, we found him. We know him. He's also known as James. That's why we didn't realize who he was. Now we're calling him Jim so we don't get confused.
Elsa May poked her sister and whispered. "You're the one that was confused, Ettie." There was silence on the other end of the phone. Ettie looked at Elsa May.
He's not answering,
Ettie said. Elsa May frowned. "What do you mean he's not answering? You're talking to him." "I'm still here, Mrs. Smith. I'm just thinking, that's all. Where is he?"
We're here with him at a horse auction. He came to our community, married Susan, and they have 5 children. I don't think he had anything to do with anything. He said his gun was at his house, and he only had one of them. He had more, but—
Wait a minute. Do you mean to tell me that you've already talked to him and asked him about his gun?
I haven't talked to anybody.
You just told me you talked to Jim Schroeder.
I know. I just talked to him, and that's all. No one else.
Ettie bit her lip, knowing Detective Kelly was mad with her. Again.
I thought you'd be happy we found him.
There was silence on the other end of the line again. Ettie took a deep breath.
Okay, I did mention the gun, and I realized my mistake, and that's why I'm now calling you. If you go to his house directly, you'll get there before he has a chance to hide any evidence. It'll take him a good hour to get there.
Now he knows we're on to him. This is not how I pictured things going down. What's his address, please, Mrs. Smith?
I don't know the exact address, but I can give you directions to get there.
Okay, listen. Don't tell anyone what's going on. Don't tell anyone that you found him.
I can't hear you. There's too much noise here.
I'm on my way to my office. Find a quiet place, then call me back in 5 minutes, okay?
All right, then.
Detective Kelly needed time to think. He wondered if he should go to the horse auction directly and bring the man in for questioning. Or would he be better off getting a search warrant and going to his house? He put down the phone and took some headache pills. He had a slight headache and knew it would worsen as the day progressed, especially dealing with Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lutz. After washing the pills down with a cup of coffee, he pulled on his coat and headed to his car. He slid into the driver's seat and turned on the ignition. He sat there for a few moments, staring straight ahead before he backed out of the driveway. Once he was at his desk in his office, he waited for Mrs. Smith to call back. He realized after a while that he should have called her back. He jumped when it rang. He recognized the number from the earlier and accepted the call. "Hello, Mrs. Smith."
Hello?
Ettie said when he answered. "Yes, Mrs. Smith, it's Detective Kelly."
Hello.
"Where are you all right now?" Kelly asked.
I'm at the horse auction, like I said.
"Are you with Mrs. Lutz?"
Yes, that's right. And we have Maggie Overberg here. We had to tell her about everything, but don't get mad. Maggie promised she wouldn't tell anyone. Then there's Myra, and we had to tell her because she's driving us around. Are you still there, Detective?
Give me the directions to Schroeder's house, please."
Ettie gave him directions.
"Thank you. I hope it's not too late. Try to keep out of trouble. And don't tell anyone another thing."
The detective hung up in Ettie's ear. Since too many people knew about the possible whereabouts of the gun, Kelly thought it better to knock on the door of Schroeder's house rather than wait for a judge to sign off on a warrant. There was always a chance that whoever was home would let him take a look around without a warrant. He needed to act fast, so he took a couple of officers with him. Ettie and Elsa May thought it best to leave the auction since they'd upset Jim. Since Ettie had also upset Detective Kelly, the best thing she could do was lay low for a while. They also had to collect the kitten from the vet. Chapter 12. Myra waited in the car while Elsa May and Ettie sat in the waiting room of the vet's clinic. The smell of disinfectant was strong, and the plastic chairs were hard. The vet was busy with someone else, so the receptionist asked them to wait. Sitting there, they listened to two elderly ladies deep in conversation. One of the ladies had a cat in a carrier. The cat was sleepy and dopey, its eyes half closed. "Poor thing," said one of the ladies. "They'll have to cut him open, won't they?" The other lady nodded. "It's a pity, but it has to be done. He's been spraying all over the house. It was the last straw when he did it on my husband's favorite chair. He said that the cat had to be fixed, and then he went off on a trip." "That's not fair. Who will look after the cat while your husband is away?" "I asked him that, and he said I should get a maid to look after it. I'm too old to care for a cat. I don't have any money to pay for a maid. And besides, you can't trust maids." The second lady nodded. "You can't trust anyone these days. My brother-in-law was robbed by his maid." "My brother was robbed by his gardener," said the first lady. "Mrs. Lutz, the vet will see you now," the receptionist said. Elsa May left and walked with Ettie into the small room. "See, Ettie, they say they're too old to look after a cat. We're probably older than they are. We don't have a maid either." Ettie frowned. "You do have a maid. It's me." Elsa May chuckled and stopped when she saw the vet standing there with their cat in a cat carrier on the examination table next to him. The vet smiled at them, and yet he was fidgeting. "Kelly is fine. She came through with flying colors. I have a quick question for you, a personal question. I heard that two Amish ladies found a dead woman yesterday." "That was us," Elsa May said. "Is that right? I suppose it was one of the worst experiences of your life to come across that body." Elsa May nodded. "It was. I just heard about it this morning. I couldn't believe it. It's shocking is what it is. I hope they find who did it." Ettie nodded. "So do we."
"Are they on the trail of who did it?" he asked.
Ettie saw Elsa May open her mouth to answer, so Ettie got in before her. "We're not sure. They haven't told us a thing."
"They're just going to have to do some sort of DNA test, I guess. So our cat is all right?" Elsa May asked. "Kelly is as right as rain. She was a star patient. Everything went smoothly. You just have to keep her quiet for a while. That'll be hard. You should see how she darts about the place. I don't know what she's chasing, but she runs so fast." The vet chuckled. "That's kittens for you. They're amusing." He rubbed his neck, moved closer to his computer, and looked at the monitor. "I see you live close to where they found that woman.
That's right, down the end of our street.
I'm sorry to hear it. We are too, Elsa May said. He glanced at the kitten. She'll be sleepy for a while. After that, try not to let her lick her stitches.
Ettie looked through the wire mesh of the cat carrier. We will try to keep her quiet.
Bring her back in 7 to 10 days so we can take out the stitches.
We will, thank you.
Then the vet asked, You mentioned DNA. So did the police find some DNA? Elsa May looked at Ettie before she answered. I don't know, but if they did, they'd be testing it. Elsa May took hold of the carrier. When they went to pay, the receptionist said, I couldn't help overhearing what you said to the vet about the woman who was murdered. Ettie and Elsa May just looked at her, not knowing what to say. You were the ones who found her? She asked. That's right, Elsa May answered. Just after you left here yesterday? That's correct. We found her at the end of our street.
Did you know the young woman?
Ettie inquired. The receptionist nodded. Not directly, but I knew her through friends of friends. We're very sorry for your loss, Elsa May said. Thank you. Ettie handed over the money and then they left the clinic. As they walked to Myra's car, Elsa May looked down at the cat between the bars of the carrier. Poor thing, you've been through a lot.
I'm glad that's over, Ettie said.
Me too, Elsa May agreed. Then they both walked in silence, each lost in her own thoughts. Ettie thought about the cat, the vet, and their dog, Snowy. She wondered if Snowy had missed Kelly. Elsa May stopped walking and looked at Ettie.
What's wrong? Ettie asked.
Nothing, Elsa May said, shaking her head. I'll be glad to get home. Can I just sit down and do nothing when I get there?
I don't see why not. That's what you usually do.
They kept walking to Myra's car, while Elsa May stated all the chores she did each and every day. Chapter 13. That night, as the sun sank in the sky, Ettie decided they should take a walk around the crime scene. Wait a minute. You said I could sit down and do nothing. I'm exhausted. Ettie stared at her older sister.
There could be a clue out there. You'd have me go out there just on dark, alone?
Don't go at all.
I need to go, and it seems like I'll have to risk it. I have to do something. Detective Kelly is convinced that one of our people is the killer. I don't think Jim did it.
Ettie nibbled on a fingernail.
Maybe I shouldn't have told Kelly about Jim.
I think you had to, Elsa May grunted. I can't believe you're making me get out of my chair. From now on, I won't believe another thing you say.
Oh, that's not fair.
Elsa May pushed herself to her feet. Neither is it fair dragging me out at this hour of the night. I'm not a young woman, Ettie. Ettie said nothing and held up Elsa May's coat for her to slip into. Once she had her coat on, Elsa May called Snowy over and clipped the leash to his collar. You'll have to protect us, Snowy. They left Kelly, their cat, fast asleep, and headed out into the chilly evening air. Ettie appreciated the deep blue sky she saw through the branches of the tree she was staring at. It was one of the large, light-trunked trees where they lived. When she was a child, her mother told her that the Almighty had placed trees there when He created the first man and woman, and they were meant to remind them of Him and His protection from evil. Ettie had always liked that explanation. and now they could undoubtedly use his protection. The evening was quiet, and aside from a few birds that chirped as they flew by, there were no sounds. The light in the sky quickly turned to darkness. Ettie felt invisible in her black coat until Elsa May pointed the flashlight directly at her face.
"Turn that off until we need it,"
Ettie said. Elsa May switched it off. "It's dark. It's not a good time to look for things. It's madness."
"Not completely. Things might be better seen with the flashlight rather than in the daylight."
"So you want it on or off?" Elsa May asked.
"On, just not in my face."
Elsa May flicked the flashlight on. "I wonder what became of Harold."
"I guess the detective took his statement and he went home."
"Funny that he was driving past us when we found the body." Elsa May clicked her tongue. Ettie and Elsa May slowly made their way around the perimeter of the crime scene, looking for anything the detectives might have missed. They worked slowly and carefully, so they didn't miss anything. The longer they were out there, the more disappointed they got. Suddenly, Elsa May called out, "I see something." Ettie whipped her head around.
"What?"
Elsa May said, "It's half covered in dirt. We've found some evidence at long last." Ettie crouched down to see what was illuminated by Elsa May's flashlight. She picked up the round object and saw it was nothing but a large brown button. Ettie held it up to Elsa May.
"This is it? This is the evidence that will lead us to the killer?"
"Yes," Elsa May said. "The killer lost his button in the struggle." "Wunderbar!" Elsa May plucked it out of Ettie's fingers.
"What are you talking about? That's not evidence. It's just a button. There was no struggle. Kelly said that the woman was shot elsewhere and left here."
"You weren't there. You don't know. No one knows for sure because no one saw it. I will take this home and put it in a safe place." Ettie shook her head.
"I wouldn't bother Detective Kelly with that button. It could have come from anywhere at any time, from anyone."
Elsa May didn't listen. Once they got home, Elsa May walked over and placed the button on the fireplace's mantel.
"We need to find out more about the victim," Ettie said as she sat on the couch.
"And did the victim know Jim Schroeder?" Elsa May asked.
"And what about Harold? We need to find out about him, too."
"You think he's a suspect?" Elsa May sat down on her chair and pulled out her knitting.
"I didn't when we met him, but I do now. What would make him stop the car as he did?"
"I know what you mean. But that brings us to another question. Why would he stay for the police to get there and possibly connect him with the murderer? He would have gotten away as quickly as possible if he had killed her."
"He's confident. Too confident. And he's mocking the police."
Elsa May dropped the knitting into her lap. "You really think he's the killer?"
"I'm not sure. I'm just saying if it were him, he'd be taunting the police. I got that from Myra."
Chapter 14. The following day, Ettie and Elsa May were disturbed by a loud knocking on their front door. They had barely finished washing their breakfast dishes. Ettie hurried from the kitchen, pushing some loose strands of hair into her prayer cup. She opened the door and saw Maggie Overberg. "Good morning, Ettie. You told me to ask around, and I did. I found out that Jim Schroeder has a younger brother, Tom. He dates a lot of women. He's left the community. He never returned as Jim did." "Tom who?" Elsa May asked as she walked up to them. "Tom Schroeder." Elsa May frowned. Ettie turned back to Maggie.
Are there any ways we can find out who Tom dated?
Maggie walked into the house further and then turned around to face Ettie. Are you taking this seriously?
Of course.
We have to follow the leads. Women have been killed, and Tom dates lots of women. I know it to be true. I was told he dated hundreds of them. Tom might have visited his brother and taken the gun. Maybe he didn't like what these women said to him. Maybe they broke his heart, and he did away with them. So anyone Maggie Overberg suggests is a lead? Elsa May looked over at Maggie. No offense.
Not exactly, Ettie said, but maybe.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, Elsa May, but from now on I'll talk to Ettie instead of you. She turned her back on Elsa May. Yeah, Ettie, I can find out who he's been dating. I have a good reason for suspecting Tom. I know for a fact that someone he was dating years ago was murdered. I learned that from Deborah Wilson when I posted a letter to my cousin Myrtle. Both Ettie and Elsa May gasped. Murdered? Are you sure she was murdered? That's what Deborah said. No, wait. I think she said she died. But she didn't say how she died. But she would have been young, so I assumed she didn't die from old age. Well, how will you find out the name of this woman who died? Elsa May asked. Maggie kept her back turned and didn't answer. I'll come back tomorrow, Ettie, and let you know what I find out.
Thanks, Maggie. That'll be a great help.
Tom does have quite a reputation. That doesn't make him a killer. Elsa May followed Maggie to the door. Once Maggie got to the door, she turned around and gave Ettie a wave. Bye, Ettie.
Goodbye, Maggie. We look forward to hearing what you find out. Be careful.
I will. I'll stay away from Tom. Bye, Maggie, Elsa May said. Maggie stuck her nose in the air and walked out the door. Elsa May closed the door, locked it, and then sat down with Ettie. Stay away from Tom. If we did that, how would we find out anything? Why don't we talk to Tom directly?
It's not Tom directly. It's Tom Schroeder.
Ettie giggled. Elsa May grunted. Don't you start. Maggie knew what I meant. She's just being Maggie. She never did like me, and I...
Don't say it. She's helping, and we need all the help we can get before another woman is killed. You should try to get along with her.
Elsa May shooed the cat away from her knitting and then reached down and picked it up. After she started on a row, she looked up at Ettie. What about my idea? We talk with Tom.
Sure, why not?
Finally, someone who listens to something I say.
I always listen, Ettie said.
I'm still not sure about the vet. He was acting weirdly, and so was his receptionist. Why ask us all those weird questions? They should have only been concerned about our cat.
You think the vet killed those women between his duties?
It's not impossible. Killers don't have to be unemployed. He could have slipped out of his surgery and did it. Or maybe he got someone else to kill those women.
But why?
First we get the who, Ettie, and then we can get the why when they tell us why. Ettie sighed.
It was odd that they both asked questions.
I told you, maybe the receptionist is suspicious of the vet. Maybe he's been absent when all the murders took place.
So far, we don't have much to go on. We need to find out what happened to Jim. Kelly hasn't told us anything.
We'll visit Jim today, and hopefully we'll find out more, Elsa May said.
Then we'll have a busy day. But with Myra driving us everywhere, we can fit a lot more in since we won't be waiting on taxis.
Chapter 15. On the dot of 9 in the morning, Myra arrived at Ettie and Elsa May's home. They told her the information that Maggie had given them. "I was coming to tell you the same thing." Ettie's mouth dropped open.
"How did you know?"
Myra looked away. "I have my sources. I do think it links to the case. My source thinks so as well, and he would have taken his brother's gun."
"We need to go to Jim's house,"
Ettie said. "Don't you want to talk with Tom?" Myra asked. "My source says he's the guilty one."
"Yes, but I think we need to see Jim first. We'll see what he says, and we don't even know where Tom lives."
"Well, we have to see Jim then and ask him. Are you both ready then? Tick-tock, time is marching on." "We're ready." Elsa May pulled on her coat. On the way to Jim's house, Myra asked, "Does Detective Kelly know about Tom?"
"Not yet. We will tell him,"
Ettie said. "Are you sure you want to go to Jim's place?" Myra asked.
"Why wouldn't we?"
"Because he might be the killer. His fingerprint was on the gun, making him a prime suspect. Or maybe he's not the killer, but he's angry because he found out you called Detective Kelly about him." "She's right, Ettie."
"It was a partial print. Other prints on the gun haven't been identified yet. I don't think Jim is the killer. I can see why he's a suspect, but not a killer."
Myra slowed the car before she got to Jim's house. There were 2 police cars and a white car parked outside.
"Pull over here,"
Ettie said. Myra stopped the car on the roadside behind the police cars, and they all watched as an officer led a man out of Jim's house.
"Oh, my,"
Ettie said. Myra turned around and looked at her mother. "Looks like you were wrong, Mother. They've arrested him." "He's been arrested, Ettie?" Elsa May's mouth fell open. Ettie squinted so she could see better.
"No, he hasn't. That's not Jim."
The police car with the arrested man drove past them, and Kelly was about to get into his car when he spotted them. He slowly walked over to them, and Myra lowered her car window.
"I thought you were coming here yesterday,"
Ettie said. "I did. The lady of the house wouldn't let me in. We had to come back today with a warrant. Jim tells us he had no idea his gun was missing. But we got lucky." Kelly rubbed his forehead.
"How so?"
"The connection to the 3 prayer cop murders was one man. My offsider, Detective Smart, dug deep and discovered that Jim's brother, Tom, had dated the 3 women. I dare say he used his brother's gun to kill them. Good thing Tom was visiting Jim today. It saved us from having to look for him. We'll take his fingerprints, and I'm confident we'll get a match to one of the fingerprints on the gun." "Is he arrested?" Myra asked. "Not yet. We're detaining him until we get his fingerprints. If they match the prints on the gun, we will arrest him. He's got a record for attacking one of our detectives, Detective Smart. We're bringing Smart onto the case for his knowledge of Tom Schroeder." Myra looked over at her mother, but Ettie remained tight-lipped. "Have you found out anything?" Kelly asked them.
"We found out about Tom, but you found him before we could talk with him."
Kelly smirked. "All's well that ends well." "Well, what about the prayer cops?" Elsa May asked. "And why did he kill those women?" Myra asked. "We'll find out soon enough." Kelly frowned at them. "I appreciate what you've done. Is there anything I should know about? The case isn't closed yet, but I'm certain we have our man. He had access to the gun, knew all the women, and was strongly connected to your Amish community." Ettie shook her head.
Not yet.
I hope you've got the right man, Myra said. Is there a chance I can talk with him? Kelly shook his head. Not a chance. Kelly tapped the car's roof, straightened up, and then walked back to his car. That was close, Elsa May said. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. About what? Myra asked. About the button I found.
It's just an old button, Ettie snapped. It could belong to anyone.
Or it could belong to the real killer. What button? Myra asked.
It's nothing, Ettie said. She found a button between our place and where we found that poor woman.
It's a man's button, Ettie. It's probably Tom's button. Such a shame that Tom is a killer. It's quite unbelievable.
Ettie rolled her eyes. You didn't even know him.
I know, but we know Jim, his brother. Where to now? Myra asked. Just take us home. There are some chores Ettie needs to finish. Ettie turned her mouth down and looked over at Elsa May.
Chores I need to finish?
Yes.
Ettie sighed and didn't say any more.
It wasn't worth an argument. Chapter 16. That night, on his way home, Kelly stopped by Ettie and Elsa May's house. He sat on the couch sipping coffee, while Snowy and Kelly the cat were closed in Elsa May's bedroom. I'm afraid it's all unraveling in front of me, Kelly said. Elsa May looked down at the wool the cat had just played with and twisted it into a pile. Unraveling can be annoying. The vet says to keep the cat quiet, but it's impossible. Kelly continued. We couldn't make an arrest because Tom had alibis for all the dates of the previous murders. We had no choice but to let him go. It's a shame because all the other pieces fit together that he was the killer.
What about the fingerprints on the gun? Ettie asked. They weren't a match?
Kelly shook his head. No, they didn't match. As I said, there was a partial print for his brother Jim, but that would be understandable, saying it was his gun.
And Jim thought the gun was at his house. He told us that. He didn't know it was missing.
Kelly added, Looks like someone else stole Jim's guns. It's another connection to the Amish community. Someone entered his house. Maybe I should turn my attention back to Jim and his circle of friends.
One thing we didn't tell you is that Tom had a girlfriend who was murdered.
Kelly's eyes opened wide. Besides these 3 victims?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me before now? Kelly glared at them.
We didn't want to waste your time because we didn't know he was going to be arrested, Ettie said.
Kelly shook his head at them. How did you find this out? Elsa May took a deep breath. Maggie found out from Deborah Wilson when she was posting a letter to her cousin Myrtle. Kelly put his hand to his head. Remind me next time not to ask. Just be careful when you're poking around with your questions. You might just poke the wrong person.
We'll be careful, Ettie assured him.
We'll have to look closer at Jim's alibis. Meanwhile, tell me more about this girlfriend of Tom's.
We know very little. His parents might know more about it.
Kelly pulled out a pen and a notebook from his inner coat pocket. What's the victim's name?
We don't know.
Kelly sighed. Do you know anything about this woman's death? No. Tell him about the vet, too, Ettie. The vet? Kelly asked.
Yes, the vet. His name is Dr. Mitchell Warren. He was asking us a lot of questions about the murders. He seemed very odd.
How did you meet this vet? We take Snowy to him. He was spaying our new cat on the day the last murder happened. He was late getting to the appointment, and Ettie and I wondered if he was killing that woman. Wait, wind back a bit. You think the vet is a killer because he was late to your appointment?
Just to keep things clear, that's what Elsa May thinks.
Elsa May frowned. It's possible he did it. He had the time. So did half the country, Detective Kelly snarled. It's not only that. He was acting strangely, and so was the reception lady. Oh, Ettie, and what about those two old ladies complaining about looking after cats and complaining about maids? Elsa May laughed. You think they were suspicious, too? Kelly placed his coffee cup on the low table in front of him. No, just odd. They were complaining about maids, you see. Sorry, that's got nothing to do with anything. I was thinking, that's all. I'll keep quiet next time. Thank you. That would be best. Kelly tapped his pen on his knee. I think I need to have another chat with Mr. and Mrs. Schroeder. I'll see what I can find out about this deceased girlfriend of Tom's.
No, Ettie said. I think that's something Elsa May and I should do. We'd understand them, and they'd open up to us.
Detective Kelly moved his mouth around. I can see that it might be better. Meanwhile, I'll see what Jim Schroeder can tell me. I'll also take Detective Smart with me and talk to your vet. I'm not going to leave any rock unturned. Good idea. Then we'll both be asking different people about different things. Elsa May continued knitting. Right. I'll be in touch. Maybe people are covering for Tom, giving him an alibi. He stood up. We'll soon find out. Ettie got up and walked Detective Kelly to the door. Once he was gone, Ettie walked back to the couch and sat down.
What do you think, Elsa May?
I think we need to let Snowy and Kelly out of my room.
By we, you mean me?
Yes, you're doing nothing and I'm knitting. Ettie couldn't argue with that. She let the animals out of Elsa May's room. The cat stretched, delicately put its paws on the bed, and leaped out, while Snowy ran out sniffing around where Detective Kelly had been. Chapter 17. Ettie and Elsa May had Myra drive them to see Mr. and Mrs. Schroeder. The three of them stood at the Schroeders' front door and knocked. The door was wooden with a brass handle, and the wall surrounding the door was covered in rectangular tiles the same color as the door. The large round door handle was cold to the touch and solid. When Mr. Schroeder opened the door, he looked taken aback to see them.
Mr. Schroeder?
Ettie asked. Yes. Mr. Schroeder was tall, with deep blue eyes and salt and pepper hair. He wore slacks and a button-up shirt, his hair parted to the side.
You don't know us, but we wondered if we might have a moment of your time.
His mouth dropped open as he stared at them, looking them up and down. He was joined at the door by his wife. What's this about? She looked younger than her husband. Her hair was black, her eyes brown, and her skin fair.
It's about your sons.
Ettie proceeded to introduce herself, Elsa May, and her daughter, Myra. Mrs. Schroeder took a deep breath and then introduced herself and her husband. After that, they seemed far more relaxed. Come inside. Once they were seated, Mr. Schroeder said, You're the second person this week to ask us about our sons. How do you know? Myra cut across Elsa May. "We aren't asking about your son, just your family in general. The police were here asking us things. Jim joined a community nearby, and we rarely hear from him."
What about your younger son?
"That would be Tom. He lives close to us, around 20 minutes away. He didn't go back to the community as his brother did."
Myra said, "We heard that Tom had a tragedy, something to do with an old girlfriend."
"It's true." Mr. Schroeder nodded.
"How did you hear about that?" Mrs. Schroeder asked.
"I am a researcher. I am doing a story on the Amish and the people who have left."
Mr. Schroeder raised both his hands.
"Don't put us in the story, please. We've got no problem talking to you as long as we aren't named."
"No, I wouldn't do that unless I have your permission."
"We came here and changed our names from Schroeder. We're just trying to blend in and forget the past. Is that too much to ask?"
"No, it's not," Myra said. "Since we won't be using your names, could you just tell me how your younger son is coping now that he's in the outside world? He grew up in the Amish community and is no longer there." "You don't appear to be in any community, yet your mother is. How are you coping?" Mrs. Schroeder asked. "I'm doing just fine." Myra offered a big smile, trying to relieve the sudden tension in the room.
"It's okay. Now that they're here, we might as well answer their questions," Mr. Schroeder told his wife. He continued, "Tom is doing well. He's an electrician. He's always been good with fixing things."
"Myra, where will your story appear?" Mrs. Schroeder asked. Myra took a deep breath. "I'm researching for a book. It'll be about Amish who have left, and I also might write another about murder in and around Amish communities." "Murder?" Mrs. Schroeder gasped and looked at her husband. "So you're writing 2 books?" Myra squirmed in her chair. She didn't see any other way around it. She had to tell them the truth. "There have been a few murders. The police believe each might be connected to the Amish community somehow."
"Do you think our sons or we have anything to do with a recent murder?"
"No."
"Then what brings you here?" Mr. Schroeder glared at Myra.
"Could you tell us how your son's girlfriend died? We heard there was some tragedy surrounding one of Tom's girlfriends," Myra asked. "She was killed because she was a police informant," Mrs. Schroeder said. Mr. Schroeder stood up.
"I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave."
Elsa May said,
"No one is accusing anyone of anything. No one thinks either of your sons is involved. If you had told us this at the start, we would never have allowed you inside. I'm sorry, but we don't need this in our lives. We just want to live in peace."
Mr. Schroeder walked them to the door while his wife stayed seated and didn't even look up at them. Ettie and Elsa May said a polite goodbye before they moved out of the house. Myra stayed at the door and talked to Mr. Schroeder for a moment. Elsa May had something to say when Myra finally joined her mother and aunt in the car.
"Myra, Detective Kelly told us not to tell anyone the information he gave us. It was for our ears only."
"I hardly told them anything. What else could I do when they asked outright? Do you want me to lie?"
"No, but you could have cleverly changed the subject. That's what I would have done."
"Maybe I'm not as clever as you, Aunt Elsa May." Ettie had to calm them both down. "There's no need for anyone to get upset. We went there for information, and we got some. She was a police informant, and that's why she was killed. They haven't seen either son for ages, so that doesn't help. They also could be lying," Myra snapped. "Anyway, I got Tom's address." "That's great." Myra started the car.
It's odd that they wouldn't tell us about Tom's girlfriend. They must know. Hopefully we can find out directly from Tom. Should we tell Detective Kelly we're going to see him? Elsa May asked. No, Myra said. The detective is not telling you everything he knows, I'm sure. Elsa May turned around from the front seat to look at Ettie. What do you think, Ettie?
We're the passengers. We have to go along with Myra.
Chapter 18. They got to Tom's house only to find out he wasn't home. His housemate answered the door. The tall, lanky young man with sandy brown hair and a scraggly beard introduced himself as Hal. Myra moved in front of her aunt and her mother. When will Tom be back? I've got no idea. Can I help you with anything? Do you mind if we ask you some questions about him? His parents told us where he lived. Sure. Hal opened the door wide for them. Come in. Elsa May, Myra, and Ettie walked into Hal's living room. It was a small, cramped room with 2 sofas and a TV. A PlayStation sat in the corner next to a stack of video games. Myra introduced her mother and her aunt. Nice to meet you, Hal, Elsa May said. How can I help you? He asked. We were just talking to Tom's parents, as I said, and we need some information about Tom's girlfriend, who died some years ago. Hal crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair. Can I ask why you want to know? We're writing a book, Elsa May said. A book? Hal's gaze darted about the place. What kind of a book? Myra answered the question. It's about Tom's life and his girlfriend who died and how Tom took the news of her death. Hal scratched his head, seeming puzzled. It's going to be a bestseller, Myra said, grinning. Elsa May shot Myra a look, telling her to keep quiet. Look, I don't know what you want me to say. Tom's not interesting enough to write a whole book about. I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but I can't remember his girlfriend was interesting either.
Can you tell us anything?
Ettie asked. I can tell you he was upset when they told him she died. He was inconsolable. I was there when the detective told him.
Detective Smart?
Ettie asked. Yes, I think that was his name. How did you know? It seems they had a history. Is that when he attacked the detective? Elsa May asked. No, I was there. No one attacked anyone. Do you think you could tell us what happened? Elsa May asked. I'm sure it would help. I guess I could tell you what I know. Hal swallowed hard. I haven't talked about this in a while. It was years ago. By that stage, I'd been in the house with Tom for about 3 months. Tom and I were sitting around having a few drinks and talking about life in general. We didn't have jobs, and we just sat around the house all day. Tom was talking about his girlfriend, Jada, and how she was the true love of his life. That's nice, Elsa May said.
Do you doubt what Tom said?
Ettie asked Hal. I just don't believe there's only one person for everyone. I mean, what are the odds you'd ever meet that perfect person? I've been married more than once, and they're all the perfect person at the beginning. Go on, Myra said. Tell us about Jada. She was special, Hal said. Elsa May leaned over to Ettie and whispered, I still think it's the vet who's the killer. Elsa May's whisper was loud enough for Hal to hear. Did you say vet? I did. Elsa May nodded. Hal sat up straight. Did you know Tom was in the process of becoming a vet at one stage? No, we didn't, Myra said. Tell us more about that. He dropped out and returned to being an electrician. He's the kind of guy who can do anything he wants. He learns things pretty quick. What made him drop out of vet school? Elsa May rubbed her chin. There's not exactly a vet school, but I guess something made him change his mind. So you've been friends with him for a while? Myra asked. That's right, we've been friends for years. It hasn't always been smooth sailing. We've had our differences. I guess you could say we're like brothers."
Ettie cleared her throat. Getting back to Jada, what else can you tell us about her?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I always talk too much and forget where I'm going. The funny thing was that she was my girlfriend until she met Tom.
That was interesting news to Ettie. You must have been quite upset about that.
I was for a while. But you can't be upset with Tom for long. He's a good guy. He gets all the women. He's not that good looking, but girls love him. He's just good at flirting, I guess.
Could you tell us about Jada and Tom as a couple? Myra asked.
I got over Jada leaving me for Tom, but they went too far. They wanted to move in together, and Tom was going to kick me out. Before that happened, she found out she was terminal. She was depressed. But she didn't want to tell Tom because she didn't want to ruin the time she had left. I guess she didn't want anyone to feel sorry for her.
Then what happened? Elsa May asked.
I never saw her again. We were in contact by phone, though.
Let him talk, Ettie, without butting in. Go on, tell us what happened, Elsa May said to Hal.
It's a long story, he said.
We don't mind, Myra told him.
He cleared his throat. She was a ballerina. She'd gone to some famous ballet school. She told Tom she had been accepted into a production. I think she said she had a solo in the Nutcracker or something. He wanted to go with her, but she said he'd be a distraction, and she'd let him know when he could come. It was all lies she'd made up, so he wouldn't be there while she was having treatment.
How long ago was this? Ettie asked.
Years. Not long after that, we heard that she'd died. She jumped off a building. She left a letter for Tom telling him about her illness. She didn't want to die slowly, so she did what she had to do.
Myra shook her head. That's very sad. Poor Tom.
Yeah, Hal rubbed his chin. He's unpredictable. Sometimes he doesn't come home for days, so I'm not sure when he'll be here. There's no point waiting for him. You're better off trying to call him.
So, Tom has had a few girlfriends who have died? Ettie asked.
Hal ran a hand through his hair. That's right. I didn't even realize that until you said it. But since Jada's been gone, he's had a new woman every other week. That's how he's dealing with his loss. I'd ask you to wait for him, but I've got things I need to do. And as I said, he might not even come home today.
Myra stood up. Thank you for your time. You've been most helpful. Elsa May and Ettie pushed themselves up off the couch. Yes, very helpful, Ettie repeated. He showed them to the door.
I'll tell Tom you were here. So are you coming back later?
We will, but maybe not today. We have other appointments, Myra said. Elsa May and Ettie huddled together as they walked to the car behind Myra. Elsa May, there's the connection with the vet. I wonder if Tom knew our vet, Dr. Warren.
More importantly, if our vet knows Tom, did he also know Jada, Tom's girlfriend? It's another woman connected to Tom who died, and it's also a connection to our vet.
It's very extreme, Ettie said. Tom and our vet probably didn't even know each other.
I told you the vet was suspicious. I wonder if Tom and our vet went to school together.
Myra, call Detective Kelly and tell him about Jada, who killed herself in New York.
Okay, I'll tell him what Hal told us.
When rain droplets fell from the sky, Ettie said, We also need to remember to ask Jeremiah to fix the roof.
Ah, yes, Elsa May agreed. We can't forget that.
Chapter 19. On the way home, they had Myra stop at a local store so Ettie and Elsa May could grab a few items for their favorite stew. Myra wasted no time leaving after she helped them carry the grocery bags into the house. While Ettie and Elsa May cut the meat and the vegetables, Kelly jumped on the counter. Snowy was on his hind legs begging for food.
"No, you must keep quiet, Kelly," Elsa May told her as she carefully lifted her off the bench. "If you keep jumping and running about, we'll have to put you in that carrier we got from the vet."
"Why don't you feed them early?" Ettie suggested.
Elsa May looked down at Snowy and Kelly, peering up at her. "Okay, I'll give them a little of the meat." Elsa May grabbed some meat off the cutting board and threw it on the floor for them.
"Hey, I meant to give them their kibble. This is for us."
Elsa May chuckled. "They want the fresh meat." Ettie frowned at all the meat juices left on the floorboards.
"Who's going to clean the mess off the floor?"
"I'll do it, like I do everything else around here." Ettie rolled her eyes as Elsa May ripped off some sheets of paper towel. She moistened the paper with disinfectant and then wiped down the floor where she'd thrown the raw meat. Then she proceeded to feed the animals their usual nightly food.
"I tell you, we should visit Detective Kelly in the morning and get an update," said Ettie.
"Yeah, I agree," Elsa May nodded. "We've heard nothing from him in a while."
"I wouldn't be surprised if Detective Kelly has found something out and he doesn't want to share. When he was here, it seemed like he was trying to pump us for information."
"It's his job to ask questions, Ettie."
This was different. Ettie pulled her mouth to one side. "I think he was trying to get us to say something or tell him something. Maybe he thinks we don't tell him everything."
Elsa May chuckled. "Maybe he only came here the other day to plant a bug in the house. He had the opportunity when we were both in the kitchen getting him his coffee."
"A bug?" asked Ettie. "What do you mean?"
"You know, a listening device. He may have planted one in the house."
"Why would he do that?"
asked Ettie. "I don't know, Ettie. He could be trying to get information about us for the police department or the press. It is probably for some future news article about us."
"Oh, Elsa May," said Ettie. "You are so paranoid sometimes. Did you get these funny ideas from Myra?"
"No." Elsa May said nothing more and went back to cutting up the carrots. The next day, Myra arrived at her mother's house. Last night, after I returned to my hotel room, I called Detective Kelly to tell him about Tom and Jada. He didn't seem interested. He sounded half asleep. When I told him that Mrs. Schroeder told us that Jada was a police informant, he perked up. He said he'd look into who was her contact on the force. After that, I looked up the internet to see what I could find out about Jillian Doyle. "The victim we found?" Elsa May asked. "Yes, one news article stated that Jillian worked at a gas station. It even mentioned where the gas station was."
"Are we going there today?"
Ettie asked. "We sure are, right now if you're ready." Several minutes later, they walked into the gas station. It was a small, run-down place. The clerk was a middle-aged woman with a tired demeanor. The woman looked up at them. "Can I help you?" "Yes," Elsa May said. "We're looking for Jillian." Ettie dug Elsa May in the ribs. It was a silly thing to say so suddenly like that. The woman's face softened. "I'm sorry, but she's dead." Ettie moved forward, nudging her sister out of the way.
"I'm sorry. We do know that. What my sister meant is, did you know her well?"
"She worked for me. I knew her as well as I know any of my workers, and that's not much." "Leading up to her demise, was she acting any different?" Myra asked. "We never worked together, so I can't say. I just signed her paycheck. Did you ladies know her?"
"Not really. Do you know where she lived?"
Ettie asked. "Who are you people?" the woman asked. Chapter 20. Now it was Elsa May's turn to move in front of Ettie. "We are trying to track down a friend of hers. She lived a few houses up. The blue house was where she lived with her friends. But you didn't hear that from me." "Thank you."
Did she have many friends? Ettie asked. Anyone in the area?
The woman frowned. "No, I don't think so. Apart from the people she lived with. 2 of them also work here a few hours a week." "Do you know if Jillian had a boyfriend?" Elsa May said. The woman shrugged. "I'm not sure if I should say. Who are you people?" Myra answered. "We're just trying to get to the bottom of how she left this world. She seemed like a nice girl, and it's not my place to tell people her business. Anyway, nothing I know about her life would help you. You might find out more if you talk to the people she lived with."
What about her boyfriend? Ettie persisted. Do you know anything about him?
"No," the woman said. "I don't know if she had one. I've seen her with a couple of different men. I'm not sure if there was anyone special." "Thank you for your help." Myra grabbed a bag of crisps and whipped out her credit card. Elsa May looked down at the bag of crisps as they walked out of the gas station. "Aren't they bad for you, Myra? I thought you only ate healthy things." "I couldn't leave empty-handed, so I bought this to pay for her time. Here, you have it." Elsa May put up her hand. "I can't eat things like that." Myra offered them to her mother. Ettie shook her head.
No thanks. Let's find this blue house and see who's home. With a bit of help from God, we might find out something about who killed Jillian.
They hadn't gone far down the road when Elsa May said, "That woman said the blue house was just down the road, but how far? I thought she meant a few doors down. I have to sit." She lowered herself onto a stone fence. Myra sighed and looked down the road. "I can see a blue house. It's about 10 doors down. Maybe I'll go by myself."
No, just wait for Elsa May. It won't take her long to recover. Besides, she needs the exercise.
Elsa May's face soured, and then she said to Myra, "Your mother thought the vet was suspicious just because he was upset that there was a murder."
That was you, Elsa May,
Ettie insisted. Myra nodded. "I guess you would start suspecting everyone in a small backward town like this." "Backward?" Elsa May glared at Myra. "Sorry, that just slipped out. I guess someone in this town is the killer." "They might be from out of town," Elsa May suggested. Ettie shook her head.
I can't see them from being out of town. They'd need to know the town well enough to know there was no one around to see them dump the body.
Myra agreed with her mother. Exactly, the killer had to be from around these parts. Elsa May suddenly realized that walking was a far better option than sitting on the stone fence. She stood, then they continued with Ettie and Myra to the blue house. When they got there, they stood at the gate. "Who's going to knock?" Myra asked. "I say we do scissors, paper, rock. It'll be too daunting with the 3 of us asking questions." Ettie stared at her daughter.
Scissors, paper, rock?
"Yeah, you know scissors, paper, rock. If I win, I'll knock on her door." "And if you lose?" Elsa May asked. "I'll go first," Myra said.
So either way, you knock?
Ettie asked. Elsa May said, "You be the referee, Myra. Either Ettie or I should knock." Myra rolled her eyes. "We don't need a referee." "Okay, if you insist. I'll be the referee. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. The winner was Elsa May. She turned to Myra. "You do it." "No, you won. You have to do it."
Go on.
Ettie gave her sister a little push. Elsa May leaned down and opened the gate. I'll knock on the door, and if I get no answer, I'll come back, and we'll decide who goes next to knock a second time." Elsa May walked up the path licking her lips, wondering why she was so nervous. She never usually got like this. This house seemed even smaller than the one she lived in with Ettie. She knocked on the door and stood there for a moment. A curtain moved in the window. The door opened, and Elsa May came face to face with an old woman with a lined face and gray hair. It was a shock seeing Elsa May expected to find someone much younger. "Yes?" Elsa May was stunned, but she kept her composure. "We are here about Jillian." The woman looked over Elsa May's shoulder at Ettie and Myra. "Yes?" "Are you a relative?" Elsa May asked.
"I'm her grandmother."
"Oh, we're very sorry about what happened to her." The woman nodded. "Thank you. Come inside." Elsa May could see the woman was in pain. Her face was drawn, and her lips were dry. The woman led them into a front room. A brown couch was placed opposite a small television. The walls were bare except for a calendar on the wall behind the couch, a bright picture of flowers on the wall to their right, and a picture hook with no picture was on the left. The room was clean, but the furniture was well used. "Can I get you something?" the old woman asked. "No, thank you, we can't stay long," Elsa May replied. "We brought you some crisps." Myra handed the packet over. "That's very kind. Thank you. I'm just putting the kettle on. We can have a cup of tea together." The woman walked over to a corner of the room where there was a sink and a countertop. The woman's hands were shaky as she took 3 mugs from a cupboard and placed them on the counter. She took out tea bags and put one into each mug. "Jillian only has 1 cup," she said as she turned to face them. "That's why we have to have our tea in mugs." She smiled weakly. "May I take your coats?"
"No, thank you,"
Ettie said. "We'll keep them on," Myra added. The woman didn't say anything else but went to the stove and switched it on. "Did Jillian live here by herself?" Myra asked.
"She had a couple of other people living here, but they moved out after what happened to her. I guess they were scared or shaken by it. Who could blame them? The police still haven't gotten far with finding who did it."
Once the hot water had been poured into the mugs, each lady took hold of a mug and followed the old woman to the couch. "Do you have any idea who might have killed her?" Myra asked as they all sat down on the couch and the 2 side chairs. Ettie wished her daughter could be a little more subtle. They could have talked about the weather first.
"No, if I did, I would have told the police. We were close ever since her parents died. She confided in me about everything. I heard nothing from her for the last couple of months."
"Did she have a boyfriend?" The old woman handed them the mugs.
"My granddaughter was never without a man. I don't know if she had one special man. She never talked about that. Now I have a funeral to organize. It's something you never think you'll do. I thought she'd be going to mine and not the other way around."
"Would you mind if we come to the funeral?" Ettie asked. She smiled for the first time since they'd been there.
"I'd be delighted if you would. There won't be many there. Thank you."
"When is it?" Myra asked.
"I don't know. The police said they would get back to me. They're helpful, but they must follow their procedures."
"Of course. I wonder, is there anything that we can do?" Elsa May asked.
"No, other than coming to the funeral. I'll let you know when the arrangements are made if you give me your number."
Yes, Myra has a cell phone. The old woman put Myra's phone number into her phone. Ettie looked around the house.
What will happen to the house?
It's just leased. The lease was already up. I guess the landlord will find new tenants. Did your granddaughter mention anyone called Tom? Myra asked. No, if she did, I wasn't listening. Ettie sipped on her tea, not knowing what else to ask. It seemed they wouldn't get much information from Jillian's grandmother. After a while, the old woman said, I'm so sorry, but I am exhausted. I think I need to lie down for a while. I feel as if I haven't slept in weeks.
Of course, we should go anyway.
Ettie set her mug down on the table and stood up. Then she helped Elsa May to her feet. Thanks for your time, Myra said as she gathered all the mugs to carry to the sink. The old woman got to her feet. I will call you about the funeral. Thank you. Myra gave her a nod. Enjoy the crisps. I will. Chapter 21. Detective Kelly hadn't been in contact with Ettie and Elsa May for a couple of days, so they weren't sure if he knew about Jillian's funeral. Jillian's grandmother had contacted Myra and told them her funeral was today. Ettie and Elsa May made their way down the aisle of the chapel, the soles of their boots clicking on the hardwood floor. As they looked for a suitable row in which to sit, they took in the small chapel, with its high stained-glass windows and raked ceiling. They spotted Detective Kelly on the other side of the room, but he didn't even look in their direction when they waved.
He can't see us,
Ettie said. I wonder if they'll have food afterward, Elsa May whispered to Ettie once they sat down.
You shouldn't be thinking of food at a funeral.
I'm not thinking about it. It's my tummy. It's growling.
I can hear it from here.
The organist began to play.
They're playing I'll Fly Away,
Ettie said.
I've heard this before at another funeral. I don't remember which one it was.
It's nice, Elsa May said. It's a good song.
Ettie nodded. This is such a small group. I would have thought a young woman would have had more friends.
Elsa May agreed and turned to look as a few more people entered the chapel. After those people sat down, the organist switched to playing a different tune. A trio of middle-aged people playing handbells moved onto the stage. The bells chimed along with the organ, making a heavenly sound. A man, who Ettie assumed to be Pastor Tynes, seeing his name was on the program, stood up and read from the Bible. He spoke about how we must all come to God eventually, and that there is no other place for us. He said Jillian was loved by her family and friends, but he didn't mention names. He left out the part about her being murdered. There were no stories about Jillian or what she had done in her life. The pastor then talked about how she would be missed. Ettie looked around, wondering if the killer was among them. She spotted Tom and his roommate, Hal. Then she noticed the old lady from the gas station with some younger people. Ettie bumped Elsa May and whispered,
We should talk to those people. They might be the ones who worked with Jillian.
We'll talk with them today. Don't forget.
Why would I? I was the one who suggested it.
Shh. Elsa May frowned at her sister and looked away. After the ceremony, Ettie and Elsa May, along with the others, followed the pallbearers carrying the coffin to the small graveyard behind the chapel.
It's pretty here with all the trees,
Ettie whispered. It is. It would be a nice place to be buried. Ettie then grabbed Elsa May's arm.
Is that Jim Schroeder and his wife?
Elsa May turned. You know it is.
What are they doing here?
I guess they came to pay their respects, same as us. I saw them before sitting in the back.
But why are they here?
I don't know, Elsa May said. Why don't you ask them?
Maybe I will.
They walked through the graveyard to the open grave. It was beside other graves with a wire fence around it. The pallbearers then lowered the coffin onto the top of the grave. The pastor looked around and asked, "If anyone would like to say anything, please come forward." Everyone remained silent. The only thing to be heard was Jillian's grandmother softly sobbing into a handkerchief. "I should talk to Jillian's grandmother," Elsa May whispered.
No, she's got enough people comforting her.
The pastor looked up and saw Ettie saying something. "Please come forward and share your thoughts." Ettie was shocked that the pastor was looking directly at her.
Me?
Ettie pointed to herself. Yes. The pastor looked at her with pleading eyes, and Ettie didn't have the heart to refuse. It seemed that no one else was going to say anything. She looked at Elsa May for support, and Elsa May gave her a nod of approval. "Come forward so we can all hear," Pastor Tyne said. Elsa May stifled a chuckle and nudged her forward with her shoulder. Ettie took a couple of steps to the front, her heart thumping in her chest. The blood rushed so fast around her body that she felt she would pass out. She didn't even know Jillian. What was she meant to say? Not only that, all the people they'd spoken to hadn't told them much about the real Jillian.
What can I say about Jillian? She was a kind and caring young woman, softly spoken, and someone who never said a bad word about anyone.
Ettie hesitated but felt more confident when she saw everyone smiling encouragingly. Pastor Tynes said, "How did you know her?" Ettie gulped and looked over at the grandmother. Ettie couldn't say the only interaction was in death. They hadn't told the grandmother they'd stumbled across Jillian's body, and neither did her boss at the gas station know that.
All I can say is that my time with Jillian was brief, way too brief.
Pastor Tynes nodded. "Thank you. I'm sure we can all say we knew Jillian too briefly. She had many more lives to live, but God has His plan." Ettie took the opportunity to take a few steps back to stand with Elsa May. "Well done, Ettie." Elsa May patted her on the back.
"Thank you,"
Ettie whispered back. Once the funeral was over, the detective walked over to them. "Nice work with your little talk, Mrs. Smith."
"Thank you. I didn't know what else to say."
"I thought you two would be here. Where's Myra?" Kelly asked.
"She doesn't like funerals. She's waiting for us in the car."
"No one likes them, I'm sure." She also needed a little time by herself. "We've all been working pretty hard," Elsa May said. I know what that's like." Just then, Elsa May grabbed hold of Ettie's arm. "There's the vet." Ettie thought it was just her sister's bad eyesight, but she had a look, and it was the vet. "And that's the assistant with him," Elsa May whispered.
"Receptionist,"
Ettie corrected her.
"She didn't do any assisting. They both asked us many questions,"
Ettie told Detective Kelly. "I remember you mentioning that. I wonder why they're here." Kelly glanced over his shoulder at them. "They weren't at the graveside. They were just watching."
"Are you going to talk with them?"
Ettie asked as they walked back to the road. "Not today, but I do intend to talk with them. I'll take Detective Smart with me. I mentioned him before. He's had an interaction with Tom. Smart and I will visit the vet tomorrow. You might want to know another interesting thing I found out." What? Ettie and Elsa May asked at the same time. The grandmother had life insurance on her granddaughter. The detective walked away, leaving them with their mouths gaping open. This isn't good, Ettie. Ettie nodded.
I know. What a strange thing to do.
And what if we have to change vets?
Is that all you can say? Kelly just said that the grandmother had life insurance on Jillian. She had a reason to want her dead.
Oh, Elsa May covered her mouth. Another suspect besides the vet and the woman who works with him. Elsa May started to turn to look at the vet.
Don't look at them, Ettie whispered. I don't want to talk with them in case they had something to do with the murder.
We have to, Elsa May whispered. We still must take our cat back to get the stitches taken out.
Ettie suggested. No, we'll take them out ourselves. It can't be that hard.
Can we do that?
Of course. It's just the same as sewing on clothing. It's just unpicking the stitches. I think it's time to leave.
But we haven't talked to those young people. Elsa May looked around the crowd. Oh, they've gone. We're too late.
Let's go. I don't like funerals.
What about the food, Ettie? I was looking forward to the cake.
I don't think they've planned for anything like that.
No cake? Make sure there's plenty of cake at my funeral, Ettie.
There will be. I'll make sure of it.
Ettie and Elsa May hurried away from the graveyard. You might go first, though.
Then eat a lot of cake at my funeral, Ettie told her.
I will. They found Myra waiting for them in the car just outside the chapel. They both got into the back seat. Why do you both look so bothered? Myra asked, turning around to look at them. You should have heard your mother. The pastor asked her to say something about how she knew Jillian. Myra's mouth dropped open. Oh, no. What did you say? She did a good job. She mumbled something, and everyone would have thought she knew Jillian. You lied, Mother?
No, I imagined what she would have been like. I did what I thought was best. Everyone seemed happy with what I said. Even the grandmother's lips curved upward once or twice in between sobs.
Myra shook her head. I'll leave that part out, Myra said, referring to her book. Ettie made a face.
Please do. Oh, our vet was there, and Tom and his wife.
No, Ettie, it was Jim and his wife.
That's what I meant.
Myra turned on the ignition and pulled away from the curb. And Detective Kelly was there, and he told us that Jillian's grandmother had a life insurance policy on her. No way, Myra gasped.
It's true.
Then she had a reason to want her granddaughter dead. Exactly, Elsa May nodded. I mean, why would a normal person have a life insurance policy on someone so young? I hope Kelly finds out what's behind that. From the back seat, Elsa May saw a brown knitted item on the floor. She leaned down, picked it up, and saw it was a button-up cardigan. She couldn't believe it when she saw the buttons. The buttons were precisely the same as the one she'd found. She held the cardigan up, and there was a button missing. Elsa May nudged Ettie in the ribs. Look, Ettie, it's missing a button. It's the same button that I found.
Who owns this?
Ettie grabbed the cardigan and held it out to Myra. Myra pulled the car over to the side of the road and stopped. Then she turned around to face them. I wasn't going to tell you about this. Myra, Elsa May raised her voice. We found the missing button near the victim. Whose is this? She grabbed the article of clothing from Ettie and shook it in front of Myra's face. Myra hung her head. "It's Harold's." Chapter 22. "Harold?" Elsa May asked as the cardigan fell from her hands. Ettie's hands went to her throat.
What was Harold doing in your car?
It's a long story. Elsa May leaned forward. "We've got all the time in the world." Myra turned to better face her aunt and mother. "Harold is interested in murders, the same as I am." Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other.
"We found the missing button near the dead woman."
Ettie repeated what Elsa May had just said. Elsa May continued. "I know it's the same button because I kept it and brought it to the house. I still have it." "Harold was there, though. It could have come off when he got out of the car. The button is just evidence that he was there. He's not a murderer." Elsa May looked at Ettie. "Was he wearing this when we saw him?" Ettie shrugged.
"I'm not sure. I was too upset to see a dead person to look at what Harold was wearing. He could have been wearing it."
"Unless it came off in the struggle. Oh, Myra, why do you get yourself involved in these situations? Take us straight to the police station." "I can't do that, Aunt Elsa May. He's not the murderer. I just told you that." "How do you know that for certain?" Elsa May snapped. Myra breathed out heavily. "Okay, I'll tell you the whole thing." "Go on." Elsa May crossed her arms over her chest. Ettie put her hand on her sister's shoulder to calm her. Myra took a deep breath. "Harold and I were in contact with each other before Jillian Doyle was killed." Elsa May's jaw dropped open, and she looked over at Ettie. Ettie shook her head in disbelief.
"I don't know why you didn't tell us that. How did you meet him?"
Ettie asked. "We found each other on the internet, murdermatch.com. It's a dating site for people who have an interest in murders. He was interested in murders, and I wanted to write about real-life murders." Ettie was shocked.
"Who would be interested in murders? Why is he interested in murders?"
"It doesn't mean he's a murderer, Mother. Many people are interested in true crime. I mean, it's real, it happens, and many like to hear about what's been happening around them, in their towns." Ettie shook her head.
"I don't like it."
"That's something we can agree upon, Ettie," Elsa May said. "Look, you asked, so I'm telling you." "Go ahead, we're listening. I'm sure there's more," Elsa May said. "We got to talking about 2 murders that had taken place in this area. He got some inside information that Amish head coverings were found at 2 murder scenes. Those murders happened on the 30th of the month. So the next month he drove close to where the victims were found. That's when he saw the 2 of you on the roadside." Ettie looked at Elsa May to see what she thought about what Myra was saying. "You see, I was on the phone with Harold when he was in the car. He said he saw 2 old Amish ladies looking at something. He also said a fluffy white dog was sniffing around. I knew it had to be the both of you. I told him to stop and see what you were doing." Elsa May adjusted her prayer cup. "This is all so hard to take in."
"I wondered how you got here so fast. You didn't hear it on the news, did you?"
"No, I had to say something." "Why not tell us the truth from the start?" Elsa May asked. "Harold didn't want anyone to know that he was interested in murders, or how we met. We agreed we'd keep it quiet." "You know your mother has a way of finding things out." Myra sighed. She wouldn't have found out if it wasn't for that stupid button. Elsa May gave Ettie an I told you so look. I'm glad I didn't throw that button away, as someone told me to. Ettie moved her mouth to one side.
Why is Harold so interested in murders? Don't you find that's a little odd?
More than a little odd, Elsa May added. No, it's not odd. Murders are human interest stories. He's interested because it's interesting. That's why I'll be writing about it. People want to read about it. Most people are shocked by it and wonder why someone could do it. They try to justify it in their minds. You two are both interested. So why are you shocked that Harold is? Elsa May said, We're just making sure the detective doesn't think anyone in our community is responsible. We're not interested at all. I'd rather be home knitting for charity, and Ettie would. Ettie would like to sit watching me knit.
I do my embroidery, Ettie added, and I listen as she knits. I hear her knitting needles in my sleep sometimes.
Myra pouted. Is that so?
Yes, Ettie said. And how do you know Harold didn't kill Jillian Doyle and the others?
Because I was on the phone to him for the 2 hours before him finding you two on the roadside that night. Ettie wriggled in her seat.
Let me get this straight. 3 murders happened on the 30th of each month for the last 3 months?
Correct. That's what Harold told me. He's researched everything. Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other.
We have to find the killer before the next 30th comes around, Ettie said.
That's what Harold and I are trying to do, Myra told them. Ettie narrowed her eyes at Myra.
Exactly how involved are you and Harold? Are you romantically involved?
It's none of your business, Mother. Myra started the car again and pulled away from the curb. Elsa May looked down at the cardigan and moved it with her foot. Shouldn't we tell Kelly what we know? No, Myra snapped. It's a waste of time because Harold is not the killer.
He seems to know a lot, though. Kelly never told us the other murders happened on a certain date.
I told you that your favorite detective doesn't tell you everything. Harold has contacts. Ettie sat back onto the seat. When they got home, Ettie was secretly pleased that Myra chose not to come inside. The fact that Myra was close to someone who might have been a murderer was unbelievable. Perhaps Elsa May had been right about that button. She couldn't wait to hear what Elsa May thought of the whole thing.
Well, what do you think of that?
Ettie hung up her coat on the hook behind the door. Then she helped Elsa May out of her coat. I'm shocked Myra didn't tell us the truth from the start.
Should we tell Detective Kelly? How do we know he's not the killer? He could have killed the woman, dumped her, and then called Myra and talked to her for a couple of hours. Just because he was on the phone with her doesn't mean he wasn't the killer.
Elsa May made a face. Maybe Myra is just saying he was on the phone with her. I'm not sure about anything. Harold is making himself look guilty by not being totally honest.
At the same time, he's not the only one who could have done it,
Ettie said. Elsa May sat down in her chair, and the kitten walked over to her. Elsa May leaned down and patted Kelly. She's still a bit quieter than normal. Ettie sat down and looked at the kitten.
She hasn't been her usual self. That's understandable. At least she hasn't been licking her stitches.
She's a good kitty. Ettie gave a long, drawn-out sigh.
We need to find the connection between these 3 women that were killed.
I think Myra is right about Detective Kelly. He's not going to tell us everything because he doesn't want us snooping around. He wants us to talk to the people in our community and nothing more.
Then maybe Harold and Myra know more than they're telling us. Don't forget, Harold has someone on the police force giving him information," Ettie said.
Exactly. Let's forget about it for now. We need to eat to keep up our strength. It's been a big day.
"I agree, and tomorrow we can start talking to people in our community. We'll ask Detective Kelly if he has any suspects."
I don't think so. Let's not involve him, okay? I think we need to hear from Harold himself. Elsa May picked up her knitting, which meant that she expected Ettie to make them a meal.
"I've got an idea. As soon as we see Myra again, we'll insist she takes us to see Harold. We'll get an answer out of him."
Good idea. I'm sure if we talk to him face to face, he won't lie, Elsa May said as she started her row. Chapter 23. The following day, when Myra didn't show up at 9 as usual, Ettie and Elsa May started to worry. Half an hour later, they got a taxi to Myra's hotel. Before they got out of the taxi, they saw 2 police cars and paramedics, and a crowd had gathered around the entrance of the hotel. Immediately, Ettie knew something had happened to Myra. Ettie and Elsa May got out of the car and then pushed through the crowd. They saw Myra in the foyer, crying with Detective Smart talking with her. Ettie was relieved that she was unharmed. She hurried over.
"Myra, what happened?"
Myra looked up at her mother. "I can't believe it." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "He just walked into my hotel room, sat on the sofa, and said he felt sick. Then he slumped over and died. He was dead before I could call 911. I didn't touch him. I just stood there and watched him die." "Who died?" Elsa May asked. "Harold." Tears trickled down Myra's cheeks. Ettie reached up her sleeve and passed her a clean handkerchief. "Thank you." Myra dabbed at her eyes. "Oh, that's not good." Elsa May looked down. "I called 911. Poor Harold. Why did this happen to him? He was such a good man and so strong, just not strong enough." Then the elevator doors opened, and paramedics moved a stretcher out. The body was covered in a white sheet.
"We're so sorry,"
Ettie said, putting her arm around her daughter.
"What did he die from?"
Detective Smart spoke to both Ettie and Elsa May. "Do you mind if I have a few more minutes with her?" Elsa May crossed her arms. "Are you going to arrest her?" "No." Myra gasped. "Don't say that. I didn't do anything."
"Excuse me,"
Ettie said to Detective Smart.
"Where is Detective Kelly?"
"He's upstairs." "Good, because Harold's death is related to a crime," Elsa May spat out.
"My daughter is obviously upset. I think we should look after her now, and we'll bring her to the station, and she can give her statement to Detective Kelly."
"You can talk to him about that yourselves." At that moment, Detective Kelly walked out of the elevator. He spotted them and walked over. "Myra, you called this in?" Kelly asked. "I did." Detective Kelly looked at Detective Smart and gave him a nod. He understood the body language and got up and left. Detective Kelly sat in his place. "Are you okay to answer some questions, Myra?" "Yes."
"Can we stay?"
Ettie asked. "It's up to Myra."
"Yes, I don't mind."
Kelly got up and pulled some chairs over for Ettie and Elsa May. Once they were all seated, Kelly said, "It appears Harold might have been poisoned." "Oh," Myra's bottom lip trembled. "Poisoned?" What was Harold doing at the hotel, in your room?
Myra sighed. Harold and I knew each other. Detective Kelly reached into his inner coat pocket and pulled out a pen and a notebook.
How did you know him?
Detective Kelly stared at Myra with his pen poised. Myra looked down at her hands. We met some months ago.
Where?
Myra looked over at her mother, then glanced at her aunt before she looked back at Detective Kelly. We met on an internet dating site. It's for people who are interested in murder. I still can't believe there's such a thing, Ettie said. Don't judge. I knew you wouldn't understand. That's why I didn't say anything at the start. Kelly stared at Elsa May and Ettie.
Did you both know about this?
Yes, but we only just found out, Ettie explained.
And were you dating Harold? Elsa May asked Myra.
Detective Kelly raised his hand.
Please, if you don't mind. I'm the one asking the questions.
He turned to Myra.
Were you dating Harold?
No, we were just close friends. We both became interested in this case and guessed there would be a third murder.
Why don't you start at the beginning, Myra?
Kelly suggested. We connected online, and from there we started emailing each other. At first it was just small talk. I told him I wanted to write about true crimes. He told me he wanted to investigate crimes. It was a perfect match in that way. It just wasn't a romantic match, and we both knew that. Then he told me about some leaked information he got from his friend. His friend is a policeman. Kelly frowned.
I don't like the sound of that. Did Harold give you the officer's name?
No, and I never asked. This officer told him that there were 2 women murdered, and in both murders, an Amish prayer cup was found. We both thought the killer would strike again, if he wasn't caught, and he did. You see, the first 2 murders happened on the 30th day of the month, so that's why Harold was driving around the streets on the 30th. He was trying to catch the killer in the act. The first 2 bodies were found on isolated roads, so he was scouring all the isolated roads in the area. It was a long shot.
And that's when Harold came across Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Lutz, and the victim?
That's right. He didn't know he was looking at my mother and aunt.
Since you and Harold were doing some investigating, did you come to any conclusions?
Kelly asked. Not yet, but...
That's unfortunate. Go on, you were going to say something.
Yes, but I forget.
Let's go back to the night our most recent victim was killed. Did you see Harold that night when he came across your mother and your aunt?
No, I was still in New York. Harold was talking to me on the phone while driving around, hoping to see the killer dumping a body. Then he hung up when he saw 2 elderly Amish ladies looking down at something. Elsa May opened her mouth to protest being called elderly, but Ettie put her hand over Elsa May's hand to calm her. It didn't help. Elsa May said,
Harold wasn't so young himself. I don't like being called elderly. I don't mind being called old.
Detective Kelly ignored Elsa May's outburst.
Do you have any idea who might have killed Harold?
Myra shook her head. No, I don't. I wouldn't have any idea.
Did he have any enemies? Detective Kelly asked.
Not that I know of. Myra shrugged. Detective Kelly looked at his notepad and asked,
What was the name of that dating website where you met Harold?
Murdermatch.com, Elsa May and Ettie said at the same time. Chapter 24. The detective looked up at Myra.
Murdermatch.com.
That's right. Myra sniffed into a handkerchief.
Sad to say, it's not the first time I've heard of it, Detective Kelly said matter-of-factly.
Ettie shook her head. Myra, what type of people did you think you'd meet? Like-minded people. I met Harold. He found me the subject of my first book, and I'll always be grateful. Kelly's eyes opened wide.
Book, did you say?
Yes, that's right. I'm a true crime novelist. I will be soon anyway because I'm writing a book about the serial killer.
Kelly rubbed his chin. Interesting.
Didn't we tell you she was writing a book? Ettie asked.
It's possible you told me, but it didn't register at the time.
How will you find out who killed Harold? Myra asked the detective. Kelly's eyes opened wide.
Did you poison him, Myra?
Of course not. Kelly nodded slowly.
I had to ask. Hopefully we'll get a lead once we search Harold's house. We'll also review his phone and computer and see what turns up. If you think of anything else, Myra, give me a call, will you?
I will, but are we all in danger too? I think Harold was murdered because he was on to something. He called me and told me he had a breakthrough in the case. He didn't want to talk over the phone. Kelly frowned.
Why didn't you tell me that first up?
She's telling you now, Elsa May said. Ettie leaned toward Myra. Did Harold give you a hint of what he was going to tell you? No, not at all. I guessed he'd figured it all out. Kelly rubbed his chin.
It's all backward. Harold was looking for the victim before he knew there was a third murder.
He was looking for the murderer. Myra put her handkerchief into the pocket of her pullover. Elsa May said,
Myra just told you that someone had told him the previous 2 murders happened on day 30 of the 2 preceding months.
Kelly nodded.
No one knew the connection to those first 2 murders with the prayer cops. We didn't release that to the press. It's true. There must be a leak somewhere in our department.
Elsa May moved her mouth to one side.
It sounds like we are in danger then. Be sure to lock your doors tonight, Kelly told them.
Myra put her hands up to her throat.
I'm going to change hotels. That might be an idea. Maybe it's best for all of you to forget about this case. Myra, I can give you as much information for your book as you like once the killer is apprehended.
Thank you, but that won't be the same. I'd like to be involved in the investigation.
We found that poor woman at the end of our street for a reason. Ettie and I are certain that we must carry on with our actions, aren't we, Ettie?
Ettie nodded. Undoubtedly. Myra, you should stay with us. You'll be safe there.
Myra shook her head. I'm not sleeping on a couch. I'll just switch hotels. Text me where you'll be staying. Keep in touch. You won't be able to get anything from your room. I'm sorry, Myra.
What? I need my things, Myra said.
You can get them soon. The team should be through with the room in a few hours.
What do you think they'll find? I didn't poison him. Do you think I did?
We have to ask questions to rule you out.
Kelly put his pen and notebook back in his pocket and stood up.
Can I have someone drive you somewhere, Myra?
No, thank you. I have a car.
Mrs. Lutz and Mrs. Smith, do you need a ride somewhere?
No, we're fine, thank you, Ettie said.
Kelly gave a nod and walked away.
This is all so shocking. Myra sucked in a breath.
I know. We didn't expect this to happen. Elsa May stared down at the plush red carpet underneath her feet. Ettie tapped her fingernail against her chin.
If he was poisoned, then doesn't that mean someone poisoned him today? And possibly just before he talked with you, Myra?
I guess so.
You said he called you and wanted to come here to tell you something?
Myra nodded.
Where was he calling from?
Ettie asked. I don't even remember if he told me. Think, Elsa May said. Think. I assumed he was at his house. Myra put both hands to her face and sobbed. Ettie put her arm around her.
Shh, it's okay.
No, it's not. It'll never be okay for Harold because he's dead. The police were keeping members of the public outside behind barriers. 2 of the hotel staff were huddled together, talking behind the counter. Myra stopped crying and sniffed. If only we could do something. Do you think Harold was killed by the serial killer or someone else? He could have been if the killer knew Harold was on to him.
Do you know where Harold's house is?
Ettie asked. Yes, I do. We should go there and have a look around. Elsa May shook her head. No, the police will be going there soon if they aren't already there.
We have to do it.
No, you know what they're like about evidence. We could be arrested for destroying evidence or some such, Elsa May grumbled. But it's our evidence. It's Harold's evidence, and I know more about Harold than the police will ever know. We could find something that could help them catch the killer. Besides, what real difference would it make if I'd gone there this morning to talk with him instead of him coming here? Then I would have been at his house, wouldn't I? Elsa May shook her head again. The police are going there soon. I'm sure we should let them do their job. Harold would want us to do this. I think we should go there now. Myra got up and started toward the door, fishing for her car keys in her bag as she did so. Elsa May followed her and put her hand on her arm. You know what they're like about evidence, Myra. What if they arrest us? We have to be careful. Myra removed Elsa May's hand from her arm and walked out of the hotel. Ettie and Elsa May hurried after her. Myra didn't stop walking until she got to her car. She looked up at her aunt and her mother. Are you both coming with me? Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other.
Yes,
Ettie said. I'll come for the car ride. But I'm not going inside. I refuse. I'm not going to force you. You can do what you want, Myra said. She opened her car door, and Ettie climbed into the back seat. Elsa May opened the front passenger door and got in. Myra got in and started the car. She put it into gear and drove off. Myra looked at her mother in the rearview mirror. You're coming into the house with me, aren't you, Mother?
If Elsa May is not going inside, I guess I'll have to.
You're both asking for trouble. Elsa May folded her arms across her chest. This has got personal now. I don't have many friends, and someone has taken Harold away. I'm determined to find out who it was. I'm sure there has got to be a clue in his house. After we do this, can we stop for a bite to eat somewhere? Aunt Elsa May, how can you even think of food at a time like this? I have to eat often for my blood sugar. Myra opened her bag and handed her aunt a banana. Elsa May's bottom lip curled as she took it from her niece. This is not what I had in mind. If you're hungry, you'll eat it. Chapter 25. As soon as Myra was inside Harold's house, she looked down at her boots and pulled one of them off. Oh no, the heel's broken. I've only worn them a few times. This is so frustrating.
Worry about your boots later. Let's spread out and look around.
I don't know, Myra pouted, pulling off her boots. Maybe we should let the police handle this. Ettie's face screwed up. That was the worst idea possible.
We're here now. Let's look for evidence. We won't touch it. I'd just like to see what's here.
Then Myra walked into the kitchen and tossed her broken heel in the trash can, then proceeded to pace up and down in stockinged feet. We have to see if we can figure out who poisoned Harold. Ettie frowned at Myra. She was wasting time. Then Ettie noticed Myra had some paper crumpled in her hand.
"What's that?"
Ettie asked. I got it from the floor when I took off my boots. There's no writing on it. Ettie moved closer.
"It has been ripped out of a book."
Both of them looked at a notebook on the coffee table. Ettie reached it first. Myra grabbed the book from her mother and flipped through the pages. She gasped when she saw a list of names. "Mom, it's a book of the names and addresses of all the people killed in this town lately. I know because I've been studying them." Ettie stared at the book, her mind racing 1,000,000 miles per hour.
"Or is it a list of all the people Harold has killed?"
Myra's eyes opened wide. "No, I won't believe it." Myra put a hand to her mouth. "I know it's the addresses of all the victims." Myra's voice trailed off. Ettie took a deep breath.
"That's just what we need to do. We need all their names and addresses, and then we'll visit and talk with them."
"The victims are dead, Mother."
"I mean we'll talk to their nearest and dearest. We'll take that with us."
"I think we should call the police and tell them everything. This book is evidence of some sort."
"Yeah, but it's only evidence if Harold is guilty, and you say he's not,"
Ettie reminded her. Myra traced a finger over a name on the page. "I mean, we can't do this ourselves. We need to tell the police, don't you think?"
"No,"
Ettie shook her head.
"You know the police won't be able to do anything. They didn't stop Harold from being poisoned. We could be next if we're not careful about this."
Myra put the book on the table and rubbed her temples in frustration. "If Harold murdered those 3 women, the murders will stop, right?"
"I don't know,"
Ettie said as she stared at her daughter.
"We must look at other possibilities just in case Harold was innocent."
Myra sniffed. "He can't be the killer. He just can't."
"Someone might have thought Harold was the killer and taken the law into their own hands."
"I hate to say it, but I'm starting to think you might be right." Myra picked up the piece of paper again and held it up to the light. "Someone wrote on the page above this one. I can see indentations of words. Maybe we can figure out what was written."
"We'll bring it with us. We need to go. The police could get here at any time. I don't want to hide in another cupboard or under another bed."
Myra frowned at her mother. "I guess not." Myra spotted the phone attached to the wall and walked over to it. She picked up the receiver and started dialing 911. Then Ettie put her hand over the buttons to disconnect the call. "What are you doing, Mother?"
"I told you we can't call the police. They're coming here soon anyhow, and we've got to be going by then. That's how this works. You've got to follow the rules. Elsa May and I have done this before."
Myra sighed heavily and replaced the receiver. Ettie tugged on her daughter's sleeve.
"Let's go."
"Shall I take the notebook?" Myra asked.
"Yes, that's what I said."
Myra slipped her feet into her boots and lopsidedly headed to the car with Ettie following. As soon as they got inside the car, 2 police cars and a white van drove toward them. "Duck!" Myra called out. "Where?" Elsa May asked, looking around. Ettie grabbed Elsa May's arm and managed to pull her down so she wouldn't be seen by the passing police cars. Chapter 26. "What are you doing, Ettie?" Elsa May slapped her hand away and sat down. "It's the cops," Myra hissed. "Stay down." After a moment, Myra raised her head and saw that the vehicles had stopped outside Harold's house. "They didn't see us." She turned on the ignition and drove away. "You can both get up now." Both Ettie and Elsa May sat up straight. "You nearly pulled my arm off, Ettie." Ettie pouted at her sister.
"Did you think Myra was telling you to look at a duck waddling along the road?"
"Well, she said duck. I thought she meant the quacking variety of birds. She should have said get down." Elsa May looked upward. "All I can say is that I told both of you not to come here. It was only a matter of time before the police would search Harold's house. You were both there when Kelly said he was coming here." "We know that, but we found something," Myra told her. "What?" Both Myra and Ettie were silent. "Well, is it a secret? Are you both punishing me for not going with you?" Elsa May asked. "We found a page that was ripped out of the book. This book." Myra held it up.
"Possibly by the killer when he was poisoning Harold,"
Ettie said. "Mom, you thought Harold was the killer a moment ago." "Harold?" Elsa May asked. "You've turned on him, Ettie?"
"No, that's not what I said. I'm not too sure what I think."
"Hey, where am I going?" Myra glanced in the rearview mirror at them.
"I don't know. Let's go home where we can think things through, and we'll go through that book carefully."
Elsa May shook her head. "You should have left it for the police. You could have gotten killed over a blank page out of a silly notebook."
"It's evidence," Ettie insisted, "and it's not a blank page."
"You could both get into trouble, tampering with evidence, destroying the process or some such thing."
"It's not a blank page, Aunt Elsa May. It's got indentations.
We can rub a pencil on the page and we'll be able to see what was written on the page above it." Elsa May pulled her mouth to one side. "If you say so." "Don't worry. I'll leave that part out of my book about us searching Harold's house. I'd earn a bad reputation as a true crime author if anyone found out I did a break and enter. It's a shame Harold died. He had access to some good information with his policeman friend." Elsa May huffed. "You're upset he died because he had good information?" "That's just a side reason, not the main reason. Don't try to sway things to make me look bad, Aunt Elsa May. I was just starting to like you again." Elsa May ignored Myra's comment. "And if Harold was killed by the serial killer, which is likely, it's even more important that we tell the police everything." "I'll do that in my book. I'll have a lot of sympathy for the man if he's not the killer. I think both of us were very brave, Mom. We showed great courage and fortitude."
"We were just doing what we had to do,"
Ettie looked out the window at the fields they passed by. Elsa May leaned over and picked up the book. I don't know about this. It's not right, you going to his house and taking his book. Look at it this way. It's a good thing that we were there. The police might have thought it was just rubbish. Myra, you'd make anything sound okay, Elsa May grumbled. Thank you. That's why my book is going to be a success. But I won't have a book unless we can prove Harold was the murderer. I should have known it right away. I mean, what kind of people are on murdermatch.com anyway? Elsa May and Ettie exchanged a look.
I never thought of that,
Ettie said.
What if we're wrong about Harold being the killer? Minutes ago you thought Harold wasn't capable of being a killer, Myra. What's made you change your mind?
Myra said, You never really know anyone, you know. No, Elsa May said. I don't know. Well, trust me. If Harold is the serial killer, I'll be upset with myself for not seeing it at the start. But as they say, better late than never. I was always suspicious of him, Elsa May said.
You were?
Ettie asked. Elsa May nodded. Myra continued. It's not as good as having an Amish person as the killer, but I don't do the crimes. I potentially write about them. We'll have to prove that Harold is the serial killer. Hopefully that notebook you have in your hands, Aunt Elsa May, will be the key. Both Ettie and Elsa May stared at the book, with the help of whatever is on that page. The blank page? Elsa May gave a small chuckle. Myra took one hand off the wheel, leaned over, and grabbed the book from her aunt's hands. Have a little faith. I do have faith. Ettie leaned over the front and picked up the book.
Most of the pages are blank, except for the addresses.
Good, because I wouldn't want to read his private thoughts. You write down your thoughts, Ettie. I would never read those. Elsa May shook her head. Once they arrived at Ettie and Elsa May's house, they hurried inside. Ettie got a pencil and scribbled over the words, but the page had too many creases to read any indentations. It's no good, Elsa May said. What a waste of time. Not really. Myra held up the notebook. I'm going to study this tonight. She looked down at her boots. I need to get to the shops before they close. I need a pair of shoes. Jeremiah can fix the heel. Leave it for him. I don't have the heel. Ettie gasped.
Myra! Oh, no, did you leave it in Harold's house?
Myra's eyes opened wide. I did. I didn't even think about that. Elsa May tisked. I told both of you not to go there. How are you going to explain that to Detective Kelly? Hopefully I won't have to. I must get to a shoe store before closing time. Goodbye. Myra turned and walked out of their house. Elsa May turned back to Ettie. I said not to go there. No, I warned you both. I had a bad feeling. But would either of you listen to me? No.
It's fine. Detective Kelly and the team probably won't even notice anything's missing.
Did you touch anything? Elsa May asked. Ettie recalled that Myra had touched the telephone.
No, I didn't touch anything.
Well, at least that's something. Or they'd come to get you. Ettie pouted, recalling that Myra had tossed her heel into the trash. When the police searched a house, they always went through the garbage. Chapter 27. That night, Detective Kelly knocked on Ettie and Elsa May's door. When Elsa May opened the door, Detective Kelly blurted out, I've got news. We've established that Harold Badger was the killer."
Elsa May hung her head.
"I thought as much. Would you like to come in, Detective?" "No, I'm on my way to—"
Ettie moved to stand next to Elsa May. "I don't think that's correct," Ettie said. "I'm just going by what the evidence tells us."
"I appreciate your opinion, but it's just that, an opinion. We must go on the facts and the evidence we have in our possession. We even found a prayer cup at his house."
Ettie and Elsa May stared at each other. "Where was it?" Ettie asked.
"Right in the middle of his kitchen table. We have more than enough evidence to go to trial."
Ettie knew there was no head covering on the table when she'd been there with Myra. Someone was trying to make Harold look guilty.
"To go to trial with whom?" Elsa May asked. "Harold is dead." "Yes, but Myra is not."
He hung his head. The planted prayer cup left Ettie's mind when her daughter's name was mentioned. "Myra? What's she got to do with this?"
"She was his accomplice."
Ettie's mouth fell open, and Elsa May moved in front of Ettie.
"Myra is not involved in this in any way. Again, the evidence tells us that she was very involved with Harold Badger. They were in it together."
"I don't know what you're talking about. In what together?" Ettie asked.
"Myra wanted to be a true crime writer," Kelly said.
"So you think Myra put Harold up to all these crimes so she could write about it?"
"It's happened before. We had a case back in 1986. The man was a journalist and had done quite well for himself. Then he suffered financially from a lack of murder stories to report. He created his own."
"No, that's not possible. Myra would never be involved in anything like that. And about that prayer cup, we didn't find anything—" Ettie stopped talking when Elsa May coughed loudly and then glared at her.
"Pardon me? Who's we? And we didn't find anything where?"
Kelly set his beady eyes on Elsa May and then Ettie.
"Ettie means that we don't agree with you about Harold and don't agree with you even more strongly about Myra. Well, that's too bad. I'm just giving you a heads up that Myra is being arrested as we speak."
Kelly turned and walked out the door. Elsa May shut the door heavily behind him and looked over at her sister.
"We've got ourselves in a fine mess now, Ettie. I knew we should never have gotten involved in this. I wish Myra would never have knocked on our door. Now she's arrested, and you know how hard it is to prove yourself innocent when everyone is saying you're guilty."
Ettie nibbled on the end of her fingernail. "At least they didn't find her heel."
"They didn't need anything, Ettie. She admitted to being friends with him. It's not unusual that she was at his house. Friends visit friends. It's all the more important that we find the real killer now. I think we need to go back over everybody we've talked with, starting with Jillian's grandmother."
"What could Jillian's grandmother possibly know? She doesn't even live around here," Ettie said.
"We can't just sit around and do nothing. She had life insurance for her granddaughter. Did Kelly even bother to check that out?"
Kelly the cat meowed and walked toward Elsa May.
"I'm not talking about you, Kelly. I'm talking about a much larger Kelly."
"If you think we should do that, I'll come with you," Ettie said.
"We'll do that first thing tomorrow."
The following day, Ettie and Elsa May were standing outside the house where Jillian Doyle used to live. They knocked, and no one answered.
"Let's go, Ettie. The place seems deserted. We'll come back later." They were walking away when the door opened. Jillian's grandmother walked out, clutching a suitcase. Elsa May hurried over to her. "Going somewhere?" The lady looked up. "Oh, yes, I'm going back home. There's nothing more I can do here. The police tell me they've found the killer. I just have to wait for the trial. They said they'd let me know."
The killer?
"Yes, they said it was a man and a woman, but the man died. They can't tell me too much just yet."
Can we ask you why you have an insurance policy on your granddaughter?"
Ettie asked. She placed her suitcase down. "Ah, yes. The police asked me the very same thing. I admit it doesn't look good. I was helping out my nephew. He was starting out selling insurance. I opened a few policies for people I knew to help him out. I never expected to collect on any of them, not being my age." She looked up at them. "What makes you both so interested?"
"They have just arrested my daughter, thinking she had something to do with it, but she doesn't."
"Oh, the woman who was here with you?"
"Yes, Myra."
"Why did they arrest her?" the grandmother asked. "They've made a mistake, and they'll find that out soon enough," Elsa May said. "The police told me the killer was poisoned, and they have his accomplice. Is Myra his accomplice?"
"No, but that's what they think."
"They're mistaken," Elsa May added. "Well, I hope you get to the bottom of it. I've got to get home." "And where's home for you?" Elsa May asked. "Baltimore. The police have my number if they want to contact me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not leaving because I'm not interested in seeing justice done. I am." The old woman pulled another bag out the door. "I'll be back for the trial." "Let me help you with one of those," Elsa May said. Ettie picked up one bag, and Elsa May picked up the other, and then the woman flipped open the trunk of her car, and they heaved the suitcases into the back. "Thank you, ladies, and all the best. I hope they realize that your daughter had nothing to do with it."
"Thank you,"
Ettie said. The grandmother nodded, and then got behind the driver's seat. She turned on the ignition, and they watched the car zoom away. Chapter 28. "What can you tell us about Harold Badger?" Detective Smart asked Myra. His knowing smile made her uneasy. "I'd like my mother present while you're questioning me." "Sure." Detective Smart leaned back in his chair and made no move to do anything. "Call her, please," Myra said. "You know I can't call her." One side of his thin mouth tilted upward. "I'm told she's Amish, and they have no phones." "I'll just wait until she gets here. Someone will have to fetch her." Detective Smart then leaned forward. "Are you saying you refuse to talk?" "Not at all. I'll talk when my mother gets here." The door opened, and Detective Kelly walked in with Ettie. Myra had never been so pleased to see her mother.
"This is ridiculous,"
Ettie said.
"She had nothing to do with the 3 killed women."
"It's nothing to do with that. We are holding her to ask questions about the murder of Harold Badger." Ettie gasped and stared at Detective Kelly.
"You didn't tell me that. You said she was Harold's accomplice. Now you're saying she wasn't his accomplice and that she killed him?"
"Potentially both those things. I'm sorry to get you involved in this, Mrs. Smith." Ettie sat down next to her daughter.
Don't worry. They won't be able to arrest you because you've done nothing wrong.
So if you're not going to charge me with anything, that means I'm free to leave, doesn't it? Myra asked. Detective Kelly pulled out a chair and sat down next to Detective Smart. No, you're not free to go. Don't believe everything you see on TV. We're within our rights to detain you for questioning. If I were you, I wouldn't push things. I'll tell you what I already told you. Harold said he had something he needed to tell me. I assumed by the excitement in his voice that he'd figured out who the murderer was. He said he was on his way to see me. I gave him the address of the hotel and my room number, and as soon as he walked in, he barely said 2 words when he dropped down dead on the floor. What were the 2 words? Kelly asked. Myra looked up at the ceiling. Nothing much. He certainly didn't tell me who the murderer was. I think he said something like, I figured it out. Yes, that was it. He said he'd figured it out. So it's obvious that he was killed by the same person who killed those 3 women. The murderer knew that he knew. Take a look around my hotel room. You won't find any poison there. You had plenty of time to get rid of any evidence. You could have flushed it away. Myra's eyebrows rose. I wouldn't even know where to get any poison. That's where I disagree, Detective Smart said. Why was your computer open at a page on poisons? Because I'm a crime writer. I research poisons and ways to kill people. I find it relaxing. Is that so? What books have you written? Detective Smart asked. Well, none yet. I'm a potential crime writer. Detective Smart leaned back in his chair. That's what they all say. Did you have any contact with Tom Schroeder? Is he in this with you? Was he in it with you and Harold? Myra scowled at him. That's 3 questions. It doesn't matter which question I answer first, because the answer to all your questions is a big fat no. Ettie stared at Detective Kelly. You know Myra is not the killer, don't you? Why are you doing this? We have to be led by the evidence. She was the last person to see Harold alive, so naturally suspicion points to her. We must eliminate her before moving on to other suspects. And how long will that take? Myra asked. It'll take as long as it takes, Kelly said. But you can't keep me for more than 24 hours without charging me, can you? Myra held her breath. In this state, we can. Myra looked over at her mother before she looked back at Kelly. I have special dietary requirements. Let's not talk about that, Myra. You'll be out of here soon, Ettie said. Let's start at the beginning, shall we? Detective Smart asked. Can I have a cup of coffee at least? Ettie looked at her daughter. I thought you didn't drink coffee. It's a perfect time to start. Detective Smart stood up. I'll arrange for a cup of coffee. Make it black, Myra said. Detective Smart opened the door and called for someone to get a black coffee, then closed the door and sat back down. So, let's start at the beginning. Myra explained again how she and Harold met. So you see, Harold had someone giving him information from here. Aren't you worried about that? Perhaps you should be interviewing your police force rather than interviewing me. Maybe it was the crooked cop who killed Harold, so he would never be named. Detective Smart and Detective Kelly exchanged a look. That's something for us to worry about, Myra. Please, just answer the questions. So, anyway, he was interested in the serial killer, and he knew that there were 2 on the 30th of every month. So the next month, it was obvious to him that there was going to be another murder. He drove around the streets because the bodies were found in quiet streets that were fairly deserted when he came across my mother and my aunt. That's when he pulled over and got out to see what was happening. Smart said, I put it to you that you knew he was the murderer. So you took the law into your own hands and poisoned him so he wouldn't name you. Potentially, he could have done a deal with us to tell us all about you. Well, that makes a good story, but I aim to write nonfiction, not fiction. Myra snarled at Detective Smart.
No, Myra would never do anything like that. She's innocent. And while you're questioning her, you're not out looking for the real killer. Maybe Harold was murdered for an unrelated matter. Did you think of that?
Smart raised his eyebrows. No. The most obvious is usually also what is true.
Well, it's not obvious that Myra had anything to do with this.
Ettie crossed her arms, wishing she could do more for her daughter. As I said, Mrs. Smith, the evidence suggests otherwise.
Are you sure Harold didn't say anything else to you?
Ettie asked her. No, he said nothing. Well, as soon as the warrant comes through for us to access your computer, you don't need that. I'll give you the password. I've got nothing to hide, and you'll be able to see all my conversations with Harold, all the clues Harold had, and what he said about the policeman giving him information. I think that's a fantasy. No one from here would have given him any information. Smart shook his head.
How else would Harold have known about prayer cops at the scenes of the first 2 crimes?
Ettie asked. Detective Kelly moved uncomfortably in his chair.
Look, she's given you everything you want. You can access her computer and see for yourself that she's innocent. Just let her go. If you want to talk with her, you know where she'll be.
I'm afraid we'll need more than that, Mrs. Smith. I've got the forensic team going over her hotel room, and until those findings come back, I'm afraid we can't allow her to leave. I'll be okay, Mom. Go home. There's nothing you can do.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
Ettie asked. Myra nodded. After Ettie left, Myra was led back to her cell. She looked at her gray surroundings and couldn't believe it. She was in a holding cell, suspected of being a killer. Her heart raced as her thoughts ran just as fast. What if they wrongly convicted her for killing Harold? They could build up a circumstantial case around her poisoning him. It had happened to people before. Many innocent people were rotting away in prison cells. Was she about to join their ranks? There was no poison in her hotel room, but what if the real killer had managed to find out where she was staying and plant some evidence? What if the crooked cop who had been giving Harold information planted some evidence against her? It was all playing out like a crime novel, only she wasn't the one doing the writing. She just hoped her mother and her aunt would come through with proof of her innocence. Chapter 29. Ettie opened the door of her house, and Elsa May rushed over to her. I don't know why they wouldn't let me go with you. What happened? Ettie shook her head.
It wasn't good.
Elsa May took hold of her arm and led her over to the couch. Tell me everything. Elsa May sat beside her.
It was terrible. They would barely let her speak.
A tear trickled down Ettie's cheek.
They're not letting her go. I fear the worst. They wouldn't even listen to me.
So they think that she killed Harold? Ettie nodded. And do you think?
No, of course she didn't do it.
No, I knew that. Elsa May hung her head.
We have to prove that she didn't kill Harold, Elsa May. It's up to us.
But first we must know why those women were killed, and who found out Harold knew. I think that's our shortcut, even though it seems to be the long road.
Maybe it was one of the family members taking revenge on Harold because they thought he did it.
The family members of the victims?
Yes,
Ettie nodded.
An eye for an eye. We just have to hope that they find some fingerprints or something in Harold's house. There were 2 cups in the sink. Maybe one of those 2 cups on the sink had fingerprints."
Elsa May shook her head. No killer would have been so stupid to leave fingerprints. "When will we start?" Just at that moment, heavy rain pounded on the roof. Ettie covered her mouth.
"Oh, no, we haven't got the roof fixed yet."
"I'll get the bucket."
"I'll get the towels."
They both got up and rushed about. "I hope it doesn't rain too much," Elsa May said as she placed the bucket under the leak in the hallway between their 2 bedrooms. "As well as getting Myra out of jail and finding the killer, or killers, we also have to get our roof fixed. It never ends." Ettie grimaced.
"I know. I just hope the rain doesn't do damage to the whole roof. I'd hate to have to pay for a whole new roof. We must remember to talk with Jeremiah. It'll probably only take him about 2 minutes."
"I know. We'll work on doing that tomorrow."
"Which one?"
Ettie asked. "I meant the roof. But considering Myra is in jail, we should get her out first." Elsa May nodded.
"Agreed."
Chapter 30. After Myra had a few hours in the cold cell, she asked for a blanket. She was immediately ushered into one of the interview rooms. Her heart sank when she saw the broken red heel of her boot in the middle of the table. She sat down, trying to avoid looking at it. "Look familiar?" Detective Kelly asked, just as Detective Smart joined him. Myra remained silent. Perhaps she needed a lawyer. "Myra, we put it to you that you summoned Harold to your hotel to confront him when you realized he was the killer. You wanted it to be over, so you put an end to it. An end to Harold."
"No, that's not what happened,"
Kelly continued. "Many people would see you as a hero. I'm sure the families of the 3 women he killed will be thankful to you."
"But I didn't poison him. I didn't."
"When did you realize that he was the killer?" Smart asked.
"Do you think Harold was the killer?"
Myra asked. "It adds up. No officer in this station would have given him any information. Harold made that up. How would he have known about the prayer cops at the murders if he wasn't told that? He knew because he did it. It's simple. Have you heard of Occam's razor? It's a philosophical principle." Myra nodded. "The most obvious thing is what's true. Where there are 2 explanations, the more straightforward one is true." "More or less." Smart smiled at her. "We've gone down all the roads and followed all the leads. All roads lead back to Tom and Harold."
"Why would he have put the Amish cops there? There's no sense in it. So that's why I don't believe Harold did it."
"People do things all the time that don't make sense." Smart was staring at her all the while and barely blinking.
"So, will you let me go now?" Myra asked.
"Save yourself a lot of angst and admit what you did." Detective Smart moved the heel of her shoe toward her. Myra's eyebrows rose. "Okay, I was at his house, but I was there after he died. I was looking for something that might have told me who killed him." "You're saying you were there after he died?" Kelly asked. "Yes." "How am I supposed to believe that? This is the evidence that you were there. I saw you at the hotel wearing 2 red boots. You obviously went back to his house to cover your tracks." Kelly leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "I've told you all I know." Myra thought about the book with all the names and addresses of people killed in the area. Was Harold interested because he was a murderer? "He called me. It'll be in my cell phone records. When he called, I was in my hotel room, and I didn't leave. And then you know the rest." "We'll be sure to check that." Detective Smart made some notes while Detective Kelly looked on. "He was coming to tell me something. Oh, wait. Do you think he was going to kill me?" "We're the ones asking the questions. Now let's start from the beginning, again."
What's the point? You're not listening to me. All I can tell you is what I've already told you. I'm not going to repeat myself.
"Do you know anything about Harold's family?"
As far as I know, he had no family.
"Friends?"
He must have had friends, but I never met them. We just chatted online. I only met him in person a few days ago after I arrived, the day my mother found the third victim."
"And what did you chat about with Harold?" Detective Kelly asked.
Myra pressed her lips together. She didn't want to say that they talked about murders, particularly the 2 murders where the prayer cops were found, and then they spoke at length about the third murder. I prefer not to say.
"We'll find out soon. Don't forget, we've got your computer, and we'll be able to read all your transcripts from murdermatch.com.
Myra swallowed hard.
"Well, it was murdermatch.com. So what do you think we talked about?" "Why don't you tell us?"
We talked about murders, of course," Myra spat out. "But that doesn't mean I would ever kill someone. All I wanted to do was be a true crime writer. Perhaps have an appearance or 2 on TV, or maybe I'd be interviewed for a documentary. That's all I wanted. I didn't kill anyone."
"Perhaps a few more hours in the cell will jog your memory."
Detective Kelly nodded at the officer standing by the door. When Myra saw the officer approaching, she stood up. "It doesn't matter how long or how many times you ask. I'm still going to be saying the same thing."
"Take her away,"
Smart snarled. The officer guided Myra out the door. Detective Kelly looked at Detective Smart sitting next to him.
"What do you think?"
Smart shook his head.
"I think we should take another look at Tom Schroeder. Maybe Harold was coming to tell her that he'd figured out it was Tom Schroeder. Myra doesn't seem the murdering type. When you've been on the force as long as I have, you'll know there is no type. Murderers come in all shapes and sizes."
Detective Smart said,
"She seems like someone who wouldn't want to get her hands dirty." "That's why she chose poison." "Could be."
Smart shrugged his shoulders.
"Anyway, she probably did the world a favor and saved many lives by poisoning Harold Badger. Can you imagine how many lives that man has destroyed? Somehow I think Harold was in it with Tom Schroeder. Maybe Schroeder was the brains behind the operation."
Detective Kelly frowned at the slightly younger detective.
"That's one view. Do you think Myra's a sociopath?"
Kelly asked.
Detective Smart shrugged. "Maybe. I don't know. I think she has some issues. But who doesn't?"
Detective Kelly nodded again.
"She's beautiful," Smart said.
Detective Kelly grunted.
"She's a suspect. Don't get drawn in." "I won't." "You have to be on your guard. She married Detective Crowley and then dumped him." "I've heard of Detective Crowley. I never met him, though. He was here way before you transferred here."
Smart nodded.
"I'm not into sociopaths. You've got nothing to worry about with me." "I hope so. Don't mix your personal life with your work life." "You can count on me."
Kelly gave him a nod.
Even if she's innocent, she's the type of woman who'd chew you up and spit you out. Let's just concentrate on the job at hand, shall we?" "Yes, sir." "So, should we keep investigating now that we have her in custody? Or do you want me to take another look at Tom Schroeder? If I had to take a punt, I'd bet on him. He had access to the gun." Kelly shook his head. "All his alibis checked out. He could have had people lie for him. That's been done before. He could have even paid someone to do the job. Maybe. Chase up those toxicology reports. Tell them it's urgent, and then ask about fingerprints." Detective Smart jumped to his feet. "I'm onto it." Chapter 31. The following day, Detective Kelly was up at 5 and on the road by 5:30. He was driving at a snail's pace, but his mind wouldn't stop racing. He tried to focus on the road, but he couldn't shake the myriad of ideas about Harold. Had he committed suicide? Or was it as Myra said, and that he died as soon as he got to her hotel room? Or scenario 3, Myra and Harold cooked up the murders together. Harold told Myra he wouldn't go along with it anymore, and Myra had to kill him before he told anyone. Detective Kelly finally arrived at the station, parked, and hurried inside. Captain Connors was already in his office. Detective Kelly started to apologize for being late, but the captain cut him off. "Don't worry about it. I know you're not a morning person." "Yeah," Kelly scratched his head. "So, where is the team at with this serial killer?" "We have someone in custody." "The woman?" "Yes." "Is that all you've got? No hard leads?" the captain asked. "She was with the man when he died." The captain took a deep breath. "This isn't good enough. I've got a lot of pressure on me. If you and Smart can't handle it, I'll give the case to someone else." "No, you won't have to do that. I'm pretty sure we'll get more information today from forensics. Start leaning on some people. You've got to keep asking the questions, Kelly. I can assure you, all my men are run off their feet with this one. We've got a team meeting at 8. Kelly knew if Myra stuck to her story after a night in the cell, he might have to release her. He couldn't hold her any longer. He needed more proof of her guilt before he had reasonable grounds for this to go to trial, or it'd be a waste of time. "I'll give you 48 hours. The captain walked out of his office. Detective Kelly grabbed a cup of coffee and walked to the holding cells. It was on days like this that his life ran on coffee. He gulped before he opened the main door. It had been a quiet night by the looks. There were only 2 cells occupied. There was Myra and a man asleep. From the smell, Kelly guessed he'd been arrested for public intoxication. When Detective Kelly stood in front of her cell, Myra got to her feet and rushed toward him. "Coffee, thank you." She reached through the bars and took the take-out coffee cup from his hands. Before he could tell her it was his coffee, she had it up to her mouth and had taken a large mouthful. "You're welcome," he said. "Ah, that's better. Are you letting me go?" Myra asked. "I need to ask you a few more questions." "Sergeant, I've already answered all your questions." Kelly looked at her. "It's Detective Kelly." "Sorry, but I've answered you already." She was still holding the cup with one hand, and the other was wrapped around one of the bars. Kelly had never liked Myra. He didn't appreciate how she had lured Detective Crowley away from his occupation with her feminine ways. "What poison did you use to kill Harold Badger?" he asked. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You know exactly what I'm talking about." "I didn't kill him. Someone else did it. He just died in front of me as soon as he got there." Kelly remained silent. He wanted to see what she'd say to fill the silence. "How about you let me out, and we can discuss this in the interrogation room," she finally said. "I need to get out of here. The walls are closing in." Kelly shook his head and said, "No dice. I want to know what poison you used." She looked at him and wondered why he was so mean. Meanwhile, Kelly considered if she did kill Harold, she was a good actress deserving of an Oscar. She looked at him, then looked up at the ceiling and back at him. She leaned down and placed her cup on a box that doubled as a table. Then she turned toward Kelly again. "Do I need a lawyer?" "It's up to you. You're going to look silly for arresting me with no proof," a sleep-deprived Myra whined. "We just need you to cooperate. If you tell the truth, I'll let you go." "I have been. I've got nothing more I can say." Myra shook her head while thinking how wonderful it would be to have a hot shower. "Sounds like you need more time to think." "Maybe I need to call my ex-husband. He'll let me know of my rights and—" "There's no need for that." Kelly didn't want a confrontation with Crowley. He unlocked her cell door. "You're free to go." Finally! She grabbed her coat, slipped it on, leaned down, and picked up her coffee. "This way, Miss Smith." It's still Mrs. Crowley for the moment. Chapter 32. It was early in the morning when Elsa May and Ettie had someone burst through their front door. Ettie let out a yelp, and Elsa May screamed with fright. Myra frowned at them both and then shut the front door behind her. "Why wasn't this locked? There's a killer on the loose." "Ettie, why didn't you lock the front door?" Elsa May looked up at Myra. "That's your mother's job." Ettie hurried over to hug her daughter. To her surprise, Myra hugged her back. "No, it's not my job, Elsa May. We haven't got assigned jobs." "We kind of do. It's an unspoken thing we have." Ettie shook her head. It wasn't worth arguing about, so she remained silent. "I'm glad to see they let you out," Elsa May said. "Or did you escape?" "Kelly finally let me out, but I'm still not in the clear. I know they want to arrest me for Harold's murder." Myra took a deep breath and then sat heavily on the couch. "I came straight over here. I'm going back to the hotel to have a shower and change into some clean clothes. While I'm gone, please figure out our next step." "What shall we do?" Elsa May asked. Ettie told her sister. "We need to find out who killed Harold. Also, we need to find proof that Harold was the serial killer." Myra nodded. "That's right. Or if Harold wasn't the killer, that means we're now looking for two killers," Elsa May said. "No, I'm sure there is only one killer." Ettie got up and locked the door. "Myra, we need your help. Could you drive us to the vet clinic? We need to return the cat carrier they loaned us." "Does that have to be done right now? I'm all grimy and I need a shower." "Yes," Ettie and Elsa May chorused. "I might as well do it now so I can relax when I get back to the hotel room. We're all ready to go, but if we're leaving, there was no need to lock the door just now, Ettie." Ettie stared at her sister. "Myra could have said no." Was saying no an option? Not with you two. I'll wait in the car. Just be quick about it. They saw a familiar man talking to the vet's receptionist when they got there. Elsa May dug Ettie in the ribs, grabbed her arm, and steered her to sit in the waiting area.
"What is it?"
Ettie whispered. "Look at that man." Ettie squinted.
"That looks like Tom's housemate."
"That's because it is. It's Hal." Ettie knew there was a connection with the murders, but she wasn't sure how it connected.
"What's he doing here? He looks like he knows that receptionist quite well. She asked many questions about the murder, and now we find him here. Is this a coincidence?"
"It could be."
"I don't believe in coincidences," Ettie said.
"Whether you believe something or not doesn't change what it is." Ettie frowned at her sister. At that exact moment, Hal turned and left. So they wouldn't be recognized by him, Ettie turned her head while Elsa May held a magazine at eye level, as though she was reading it. He didn't have a pet with him. Why was he here? Elsa May whispered. Ettie got up and walked forward. Elsa May picked up the cat carrier and caught up with her. "Excuse me."
"Yes?"
The receptionist looked up at them.
"Do you know that young man who was just talking with you?" Ettie asked.
"Hal?"
"Yes, Hal. That's his name."
"He's my brother." Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other. "Do you know him?" she asked them.
"He's Tom's housemate."
"That's right." "Oh, yes, I heard Tom used to be Amish."
"No one is supposed to know."
The receptionist put her finger up to her mouth, signaling that she wouldn't tell anyone.
"He wouldn't want people to know if he was Amish?"
Ettie asked. "Oh, I'm not going to tell anyone," the receptionist said. "I love the Amish. They're so kind and gentle. They've come in here quite a lot." "We're Amish ourselves," Elsa May said.
"Oh, you are?"
The young woman laughed. "I know you are. I can see that. I wish I was born Amish."
"Why?"
Ettie asked. "Because I'd rather be Amish. A lot of people say I should be Amish. I've often wondered if I should join, but it wouldn't be the same because I wouldn't know anyone. It's also too late to grow up in an Amish family. I can't do anything about it now."
"Sorry to hear that,"
Ettie said, offering a smile.
"I know, but I could pretend to be."
She shrugged her shoulders. "I do pretend sometimes." The woman leaned forward and whispered, "I wear Amish clothes when I'm home alone." Ettie wondered if there was some connection between the dead girls and the prayer cops. Ettie saw Melissa written on her name badge.
"So you want to be Amish, Melissa?"
Ettie asked. "Absolutely." Melissa looked as if she were about to cry. "I can't bear the life I have." She looked around her at all the papers on her desk. "This is all I do day in and day out." Elsa May didn't know what to do at that awkward moment. "We've brought back the cage we borrowed for the kitty." Elsa May placed it on top of the counter. "Oh, thank you." Melissa tapped something into the computer. "Kelly, you were due to bring her back for the removal of stitches. Did you bring her?" "No, my sister insists she can do it herself with her embroidery scissors. Do you think that's correct?" Elsa May asked.
"If she feels capable. It is just taking the stitches out. But the cat might wriggle around, and you might accidentally cut her." "I won't,"
Ettie said.
"I'll be able to do it. I'll do it today when I get home."
Melissa took the cage and put it on the counter behind her.
"Are they any closer to finding the killer of that young woman?"
"We don't know. I guess they are closer."
"But they don't tell us anything. Why would they?" I thought they might keep you informed because you came across the third murder victim.
Elsa May narrowed her eyes at her. Third victim? Ettie also realized what she said. Very few people knew about the prayer cops that tied the 3 murders together.
Yes, there have been 3 similar murders, Melissa said. Where did you hear that? Ettie asked.
It's the talk around town everyone knows.
What else have you heard? Ettie asked.
Melissa shrugged. I don't know. At that moment, another customer came through the door with their pet. Ettie and Elsa May said goodbye to Melissa and walked out the door.
What do you make of that?
Ettie asked once they were outside. It struck me as odd. She wants to be Amish, and there were the head coverings found at the 3 murders, and Tom's roommate Hal is her brother. Tom must have taken that gun from his brother.
Or did Hal take the gun from Jim?
Maybe we need to talk with Hal.
Yes, and it helps that we know where he lives.
They got back into Myra's car. What's going on? Myra asked, staring at them both as they buckled their seatbelts.
We saw Hal talking to Melissa, the receptionist.
Hal? Yes, the young man who lives with Tom. I remember. So why was he there? Myra asked.
He's Melissa's brother. We talked to Melissa and discovered that she wants to be Amish.
Whatever for? Myra spat out. Elsa May tisk-tisked at her niece. The point is there are some connections to the murders, so we're going to Hal's house to talk with him. The deal was I was going back to get changed and have a shower. Don't you want to find the killer? Elsa May asked.
For your book?
Ettie added. Myra shook her head. I knew this would happen. Nothing is ever simple with you two. How do you know he'll be home? We don't. Okay, I'll try anything if it helps us find Harold's killer and get me off the hook. Chapter 33. They went to the house that Hal shared with Tom. Myra decided she would be the one to knock on the door when Ettie and Elsa May started arguing about who would do it. As she had her hand up to knock, the door opened. Hal stood there in a large black coat.
Going somewhere?
Ettie asked. We just saw you at the vet's clinic, Elsa May told him. He looked between the 3 of them. Yes, I just left there and now I'm going out again. What can I do for you?
We'd like to talk to you, Hal,
Ettie said. He looked at his watch. I'm a bit busy at the moment. Can you come back later this evening? Ettie frowned.
This is important.
So is my job interview, and I'll be late. Then we will wait until you can fit us in, Elsa May said. I'll call you. He went to shut the door, but stopped and looked at Myra. Are you okay? She nodded and touched her stomach. I've been a bit sick. Don't worry, it's not contagious. I haven't been sleeping. That's not good, he said. He looked at the other 2 women. All right, I'll give you 5 minutes. He walked back inside and waited for them to close the door. He pointed to the lounge room. Sit down. They all sat down, and Hal stood in front of them. He looked at his watch again. I am busy. I've got a business buying and selling things. I've got to deliver something to someone. Ettie found it interesting that he told them 2 different places where he was going.
Did you know Harold?
Ettie asked. Hal's eyes opened wide. The man who was murdered? Yes, Elsa May said. He was doing a study of some local murders. Hal stared at the ladies and then coughed from the back of his throat. I'm sorry I didn't know him, he said, but I heard about his murder. It's terrible. Yes, it is, Elsa May said. It's a shame. He was a nice man.
He was, Ettie said. He liked to talk.
He did? Hal asked, his eyes opening a little wider.
Oh, yes, Ettie said. He was helping with information on a book about local murders, and he would ask people he met what they knew about the murders. He also had friends on the force.
So he was talking to you about the murder of the woman you found? Hal asked. Yes, he was, Elsa May said. I didn't see him for a while. I think he was trying to avoid me because he had been talking so much, and I told him I was worried about him. Hal looked at Elsa May and then at Ettie. Did he talk to other people about murders?
Yes, he did, Ettie said. I think he talked to everyone about murders. Are you sure you never met him?
No. Is there a reason you think I might have? We've seen some connections between some people, that's all. Hal tilted his head to one side. Like what? I don't want to say too much. You mean Tom, don't you? Is that why you're here, because you think Tom is guilty of something? I told you you need to talk to Tom himself. Why don't you tell us what you know? Elsa May asked.
Did you ever see him with a gun? Ettie asked.
No. Does Tom have a temper? Elsa May inquired. I don't want to be involved in all this. Just ask Tom. I just share a house with him. We're not getting any information from the police. Most of it is just rumors. You're the only one who's been open with us. Myra said, We know that Harold was poisoned. Do you think he killed himself because he felt guilty for killing those women? Hal asked. It's a possibility. It makes sense. Hal nodded. Yes, it makes sense. So he's the killer? Ettie narrowed her eyes at Hal. Something wasn't adding up.
So, you don't think Tom is involved in something shady? You now think it's all something to do with Harold?
I don't know. I can't say for sure because I don't know anything. Do you know why your sister wants to be Amish? Elsa May asked. She told you that? His eyes opened wide. Yes, we had a lovely talk. She's such a nice young lady. Hal chuckled. I have no idea what she wants. It changes all the time. Last year, she wanted to go backpacking around the world by herself. The year before that, she wanted to work on a cruise ship. It's always something different. Sorry that I can't help you with anything.
It doesn't matter. The police have Harold's notebook, which will reveal a lot.
Ettie saw Hal gulp. Is that so? He asked.
That's right. It's only a matter of time before the police find the truth.
We shouldn't keep you any longer. Thank you for your time, Elsa May said. Myra rose to her feet. Yes, thank you. I hope I was able to help. Hal stood up. You did. Where's Tom today? Myra asked. Well, I'm not sure. I haven't seen him for a couple of days. Bye, ladies. He walked over to the door and held it open for them. They each said goodbye when they walked past him. When they reached Myra's car, they heard Hal close his door, and then Ettie turned around and saw that he had gotten into his car. That was a bit useless, wasn't it? Myra asked as she slid behind the wheel. We learned nothing, Elsa May groaned. After Myra drove them home, she headed to her hotel room to freshen up. Chapter 34. When Ettie and Elsa May arrived home, they were too tired to do much. It had been raining on and off all day, Ettie emptied the bucket that was collecting the water from the leaking ceiling. Elsa May sat on her chair and was snoring softly within seconds. As soon as Ettie sat down, she started feeling drowsy herself. Her eyelids kept drooping down, and she was fighting to keep them open. It had been a long day, but she wasn't ready to go to sleep just yet. She summoned all her willpower to stand up. After she stretched her arms in the air, she went to the window to look out. The street lights were on, and there were no cars in sight. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a muddy puddle in the middle of the road. The trees were bending under the weight of the water they had collected, and the leaves had turned dark green with the wetness of it all. Ettie stared at her reflection in the window pane and wondered whether she'd soon be visiting her daughter in prison. Would Myra be convicted of Harold's murder? Ettie sat down on her chair, and the kitten jumped into her lap.
"Hello, Kelly,"
Ettie whispered so she wouldn't wake Elsa May.
"Do you know who killed Harold?"
The kitten stared up at her with her bright green eyes.
"I think Harold found out who killed those women. He might have even confronted the killer. Yes, he had to have. He might have entertained the killer at his house, and that's when the killer poisoned him."
Elsa May overheard her whispers to the kitten. But why didn't they shoot him like they shot the other 3 women?
Ettie looked over at her sister. "I thought you were asleep."
I was until you woke me.
"I don't know. Maybe they couldn't get their hands on another gun. Kelly has the gun in evidence. Besides, they wouldn't want the murder to point to them."
Ettie stroked the kitten. "What is it?" Elsa May asked. "I know something's on your mind."
"Vets have access to poisons, don't they?"
"Yes, that's right." At that moment, there was a knock on the door.
"I hope that's the detective telling us Myra's in the clear."
Ettie looked out the window.
"There's a pizza delivery car outside."
Elsa May pushed herself to her feet and answered the door. "I have 2 pepperoni pizzas," a young man said. "We didn't order anything. This is the address. Perhaps a friend ordered it for you." "Ah, yes. Myra might have done that. How much is it?" "It's been paid for." Elsa May thanked him, took the pizzas, and closed the door. "Can you believe it, Ettie? She knew we were both too tired to cook. How thoughtful."
"We can't eat them."
Ettie made a face. "Why not?" Elsa May breathed in the aroma of the pizzas.
"Harold was poisoned. How do we know these pizzas aren't poisoned?"
Elsa May's mouth turned down at the corners. "Really?"
"Yes, really. We don't know where they came from. Myra said nothing about sending us food."
Elsa May took the pizzas into the kitchen and placed them on the table. "We can't just leave them here to tempt us." Elsa May removed the pizzas from the box and arranged them on 2 plates.
"What are you doing?"
Ettie asked. "I'm going to eat them."
"But you know that Harold—"
"No, Ettie, I don't know that Harold was poisoned. The results haven't come back yet. They only said Harold appeared to have been poisoned. And I'm going to eat these pizzas because I'm hungry. And I don't know they're poisonous." Ettie stared at her sister, exasperated.
"Elsa May, this is crazy."
Elsa May stared at the pizza. "It sure looks good, and I'm hungry. Do you think someone is out to kill us?"
"Could be. If they know Harold was investigating, they'll know we are too."
Elsa May pushed the plate away and then crossed her arms. "Then what will we eat?"
"There's a tin of beans and some pasta in the pantry."
Pasta? Elsa May sounded disgusted. I don't like pasta.
Then beans?
We've got bread and ham.
And we've got pickles, tomatoes, and lettuce, Ettie said.
We could have peanut butter and jelly on toast.
Elsa May reached for the peanut butter.
I'll make the sandwiches and you make the tea.
Okay.
Ettie made a pot of tea while Elsa May gathered the ingredients for their sandwiches.
We need to do some more shopping soon,
Ettie said. Yes, like we need the roof repaired. We must do that, too, before we get more roof damage.
They both listened to the water droplets dripping into the bucket. Ettie said, "We have cheese."
Elsa May swung around to face her. I'll add that to the sandwiches. Chapter 35. Early the following day, Jeremiah knocked on Ettie and Elsa May's door. I've come to fix the roof. How did you know it needed fixing? Elsa May asked. I bumped into Myra last night when she was ordering you some pizzas. Ettie and Elsa May stared at each other. It was Myra. Did you throw it out?
No.
Ettie shook her head. Well, we know what we're having for lunch now. There's nothing nicer than cold pizza. Now my mouth is watering. What did I miss? Jeremiah asked, looking from his grandmother to his great-aunt.
Nothing.
Ettie didn't want to tell him that they thought someone was trying to poison them. He'd only worry. Anyway, when I bumped into her, she mentioned that you wanted some work done on your roof. We've been meaning to ask you to fix it, Elsa May said.
You should have brought Ava and the children over.
She's got the children at her mother's house today. I'll go up there now while it's not raining and see what the problem is. Thank you. Elsa May followed him out the front door, explaining exactly where she thought the leak would be. While Jeremiah fixed the roof, Ettie and Elsa May discussed what they'd do that day. 15 minutes later, Jeremiah was back in the house with a ladder. I fixed the roof. It just needed a few shingles replaced. I've done that. Now I'll see what damage there is inside. Ettie and Elsa May watched as he prodded and poked at the hole in the ceiling. Jeremiah climbed down from the ladder. It's too wet to do anything with. I'll have to wait until it fully dries out. It's not a problem. I don't think the rest of the roof has suffered. The water came in and then straight down. Thank you. We don't know what we'd do without you, Elsa May said. You're the best grandson ever. He chuckled as he closed his A-frame ladder. He carefully leaned his ladder against the wall. What are you two cooking up? You look like you're up to mischief again. We're not, Elsa May said. Well, that's not what I heard. While I was on the roof, I heard you mention Jim and guns. I saw the police at Jim Schroeder's house. What was that all about? What do you think, Ettie? Should we tell him?
We can tell him if he doesn't give us a lecture for interfering.
They sat him down and filled him in on everything that had happened. Where did the head coverings come from? Jeremiah asked.
What do you mean?
Ettie asked. I know each community makes them slightly differently. Ava is making her own, and hers.
That's it, Elsa May. We never thought to take a close look at the prayer cups.
Elsa May pursed her lips. You think they'll tell us something? Ava has taken a great interest in them lately. I know that Gertrude, Jim's wife, makes prayer cups.
That's no help at all. Someone could have stolen the gun from Jim and taken some cups at the same time.
Ava told me that Gertrude's mother-in-law was the one who showed her how to make them, even though she's an outsider now. Ettie thought about Gertrude's mother-in-law, Mrs. Schroeder. They'd spoken to her and her husband.
That can't be right. Jim hasn't seen his mother in years. We talked to Jim's mother, and she told us so herself.
I can only tell you what Ava told me. Jim's mother often visits, according to Ava. Ava would have no reason to lie, but perhaps Jim's mother does.
Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other. They knew the Schroeders hadn't been telling them the truth. The Schroeders must have been in touch with Jim.
I'll leave you both to it. I'll be back after a few dry days and patch that ceiling for you. Thank you, Jeremiah. Would you like a drink or something to eat?
Some cold pizza, perhaps?
Ettie inquired. He chuckled. No, I need to keep moving. After Elsa May's grandson left, they sat down to figure out what to do next.
Now we have so many people who could have killed those women,
Ettie said. And Harold, Elsa May added.
Let's see now. The grandmother had a life insurance policy to collect on Jillian. She could have got a man to do her dirty work, though.
But she wouldn't have killed the other young women. I dare say she didn't even know them. She did have a reasonable excuse about why she had taken out the insurance policy.
Oh, that's right. She seems unlikely then,
Ettie said. We have these possible leads who might be the murderer. We have Jim, Jim's father, and Tom, Jim's brother. Then there's Hal, Tom's housemate. Ettie tapped a finger on her chin.
Hal was jealous of Tom. Tom stole his girlfriend. No one needs a friend like that. No one does.
This is true, Elsa May agreed.
And then there's Harold. He could have been the murderer all along. Remember how Myra said serial killers often taunt the police? Maybe he was taunting everyone, including us. He was right under our noses.
Well, forget what I said about him. Surely he had been in contact with the murderer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known. Wait, the vet, Elsa May said.
I forgot about the vet. I wonder if Kelly knows the poison used on Harold yet.
At this point, Ettie was even willing to consider the vet.
He said the toxicology report could take a long time. I wonder if Kelly has gone to talk to the vet. He said he would.
When they heard the clip-clopping of horses' hooves, Ettie got up and looked out the window.
You'll never guess who it is.
Chapter 36. Maggie? Elsa May asked.
That's right.
I wonder what she wants. Elsa May pushed herself to her feet, and they both met her at the door. Maggie got out of her buggy and hurried to them, heaving as though she was out of breath. Ettie was confident Maggie had some important news. Did she know who the killer was? What is it, Maggie? Elsa May asked. Maggie straightened up and took in a sharp breath. I haven't been able to find my knitting needles for days now. I'm sure they were in my knitting basket. I know I put them there because I was doing some knitting this morning, and then I went out to milk old Bessie, and then they were gone. Maggie paused and looked at Ettie.
I thought you had news about the murderer,
Ettie said. No, I think someone has stolen my knitting needles. Maggie gasped. Do you think it was the murderer? Maybe you just forgot where you put them, Elsa May suggested. That's why I keep what I'm currently working on in a bag. The bag also has got a zip to keep the kitty out. She loves playing with my wool. If you put them away in the same place, you'll never lose them. I have been worrying about the killer. You haven't figured it out yet, Ettie?
I've got a few ideas, but I don't know for sure.
Anything I can do? Maggie asked. Before they could answer, Myra pulled up behind Maggie's horse and buggy. Elsa May looked past Maggie. It's our day for visitors, it seems. Myra hurried to the door, much like Maggie had moments before.
Everything okay?
Ettie asked. Hello, Maggie. Hello, Myra. I'm upset because I've lost my knitting needles. I'm sure Aunt Elsa May has some you could borrow. Of course I do, Elsa May said. Myra took a deep breath. I have news. Tom's girlfriend didn't jump. She was pushed. There was a witness, but they never discovered the identity of the person who pushed her. Harold was told by his person on the police force that she committed suicide. A chill ran down Ettie's spine.
How do you know what happened?
I researched it, and Detective Kelly looked into it and confirmed it. That means Harold was getting incorrect information. So not only was this police officer crooked for leaking information, he was doubly crooked because he was also leaking incorrect facts. Ettie opened the door wider.
Come inside.
Everyone walked in and made themselves comfortable on the couch.
So, Ettie began, does Detective Kelly have any ideas on who did it?
Tom, of course. Detective Kelly is on his way to arrest him now. It must have been Tom we saw running away from Harold's place. Maggie said, I've not caught up with the story, but it sure sounds more interesting than knitting. It all makes sense, Elsa May said. Tom took his brother's gun. And serial killers like to connect their murders with calling cards, hence the prayer cops. He didn't use it for Jada's murder because she might have been his first murder. He didn't use it for Harold's because it may have been a more spur-of-the-moment murder. Or he might have been trying to steer the police away from himself by poisoning Harold. Ettie bit her lip.
You think Tom murdered all those people?
Myra nodded. Yes, I do. So does Detective Kelly. I'm glad that's solved. I'll be able to sleep easy tonight. Maggie got to her feet. Elsa May asked, Would you like to borrow some knitting needles? I have them in all sizes. I have metal needles and plastic. Some are made from wood. No, I'll find them. I think I might have left them in the woodshed. Maggie walked to the front door. If they aren't there, I'll take you up on your offer, Elsa May. When Maggie was gone, Myra took Ettie and Elsa May to do some grocery shopping. Before Myra drove them back to the house, she got a call from Detective Kelly. He told them that he got information from Tom that confirmed Tom wasn't the killer. They were all frustrated by the news. After Myra went home that evening, Ettie and Elsa May cooked themselves a meal.
Why didn't Kelly tell us exactly what Tom said?
He wanted to keep it quiet until he made his arrest. Ettie shivered in her chair.
Did you lock the door?
Yes, twice.
How can you lock it twice? That means the door's unlocked.
Elsa May frowned at Ettie. Relax. I locked it and then checked it.
Well, that's not locking it twice.
Ettie shook her head again.
There are two ways to check it. You can unlock it and then lock it, or you can unlock it and then lock it again. You can't do it once and call that twice. It doesn't work that way.
Whatever you say. I'll do it your way next time. Do you think we need a plan in case someone tries to murder us?
Murder us?
Ettie asked. Yes, they murdered Harold. They might think we're on to them. I hope Kelly gets to them first.
After giving it some thought, I think Hal is the guilty party, Ettie said. I don't think it was Tom at all.
I'd say you're wrong. I think it's the vet. Ettie took a deep breath, wondering if she'd overlooked the vet just because Elsa May was insistent. There was a knock on the door. Ettie and Elsa May stared at each other.
It wouldn't be Maggie out this late.
No. Myra wouldn't have left her hotel room unless she had important news. Ettie and Elsa May walked to the door together.
What if it's the killer?
Elsa May opened the door a crack and saw it was their vet. Dr. Warren, what are you doing here? I know it's late, but I need to talk to you both. He pushed the door open wide. Ettie and Elsa May stood back in shock as the suspected killer tripped over Snowy, who'd run to greet him. He fell flat on his face. He's come to kill us, Ettie. Elsa May wasted no time. She sat on him while he was down. Snowy was busy licking his face. Quick, Ettie, get the rope. What are you talking about? The vet asked. I'm only here to... Elsa May poked him in the back. Don't talk. Ettie ran to the kitchen cupboard and pulled out a length of rope. She hurried back out and tied his hands behind his back. The vet yelled out, so Elsa May grabbed the nearby dog leash and gagged him. Good work, Ettie. Now run down to the phone and tell the detective we've got the killer. Ettie sidestepped past the both of them and hurried down to the shanty where the local phone was housed. She picked up the phone's receiver and dialed the detective's cell phone number that she knew by heart.
Hello,
Ettie said, catching her breath.
It's Ettie, and we've got the killer. He came to murder us. We tied him up. Hurry, he's at our house.
I'm just up the road. Don't turn your back on him. Ettie hung up the phone and hurried back to ensure Elsa May was okay. Before she got back to the house, a police car with sirens blazing screamed up her street. 2 officers jumped out with their weapons drawn. Ettie got there just in time to see Elsa May getting off the vet and the police taking off the vet's gag. What's happening? The vet cried out when he saw guns pointed at him. Kelly walked into the house. Ettie grabbed Kelly's arm.
There he is. That's the killer.
Who is he? Kelly asked. I'm a vet, Dr. Warren called out. Can someone tell me what's going on? That's your vet? Kelly leaned down to get a better look at him. I'm a vet. I only came here to do a good deed. My receptionist told me they needed the stitches taken out of their cat. I was passing and thought I'd check to see if they'd done it. Kelly pulled Ettie aside. Mrs. Smith, I've already checked him out. He doesn't have anything to do with the murders. Elsa May stared at her sister. Oh, dear, Ettie, what have you done? Chapter 37.
Me?
Ettie snapped back.
You're the one who sat on him.
Put your guns away. You can let him go, Kelly told the officers. The officers untied the vet and then helped him to his feet. Meanwhile, Kelly told Ettie and Elsa May. The toxicology report returned early, pointing to someone taking the vet's animal drugs. The same drug was used on Harold that they used to put suffering animals to sleep.
Melissa,
Ettie whispered. Who? Kelly asked.
The vet's receptionist is also Hal's sister. Hal is...
I know who Hal is. Tom gave us information about Hal, and we're tracking him down now. When you called, I thought Hal was here.
No, I'm sorry. Elsa May led me down the wrong path for a moment. I got carried away, and for that I'm sorry.
Ettie hung her head. She did say she thought it was Hal, but we got frightened when we saw our vet at the door, Elsa May explained to Kelly. No, wait. Who did you think it was, Ettie? Elsa May asked.
Well, I thought it was Hal all along.
The vet stood up, rubbing his face, and then he wiped down his clothes. I'm not your vet anymore. Neither would Melissa have had anything to do with this. I hope I don't see either of you any time soon. Good day. He strode out of the house. Elsa May hurried after him. We're sorry, but it's just that you were asking a lot of questions about the murders." At that same time, Myra arrived. She got out of the car and raced to the house to see what was happening. "It wasn't the vet, Myra. It was Hal. Hal is the killer," Elsa May told her. "Hal? I knew it." Kelly shook his head. "It must run in the family. I'll see what Hal has to say for himself when we catch up with him." "We're sorry about the vet," Elsa May said to Kelly. Kelly looked down at Snowy, who was pawing at his leg. He moved back. "I think you need to apologize to the vet, Elsa May. He could press charges against you." "I think we should write the vet a letter of apology. You can say so much more in a letter."
Good idea.
Ettie nodded. When the police left Ettie and Elsa May, Ettie asked the kitten.
Who did it, Kelly?
The kitten rolled over. "What did she tell you?" Elsa May looked at Ettie over the top of her knitting glasses. "She turned in a complete circle," Myra said. "Yes, she's right. I feel we are going around in circles." Elsa May clicked her tongue. "I wonder if everyone's right about Hal."
A circle has no beginning and no end,
Ettie said. "I don't know if that's right. When you draw a circle, you have to put the pencil somewhere. That's the beginning." Ettie nodded.
That's one way of looking at it, and the beginning of these murders started with Jada. Who told you about Jada?
Ettie asked Myra. "I told you, didn't I? Harold found out. Then I asked Detective Smart, and it's funny because he told me she killed herself, but that was wrong."
Why didn't you ask Detective Kelly about it?
Smart is more approachable than Kelly. It was funny because when I looked it up online, it said she was murdered. I already mentioned this to you.
Is that right?
Yes.
I think I know who the killer is. We need to work out a trap,
Ettie said. Myra's mouth fell open. "I'm all for it." Chapter 38. Myra sat in her hotel room the next evening and picked up her cell phone. She proceeded to call Detective Smart. "It's Myra. I'm in my hotel room, and I have some news that might interest you." "Excellent. I can be at the station in 5 minutes. When can you be there?" "What I have to say is something I'm sure you won't want anyone overhearing." "What is it?" "I know who killed those young women, and it's the same person who killed Harold. So, I know who the serial killer is." Detective Smart hesitated. "Is that right?" "Yes." "Where are you right now, Myra?" Myra gave him the address of her hotel and the room number. Myra then ended the call and waited. Detective Smart arrived at the hotel room a few minutes later. He knocked on the door. "Myra, it's Detective Smart. Can I come in?" Myra opened the door. "Yes, of course." Detective Smart entered the room, and then Myra gestured to the couch. He sat down on the edge of the couch, and she sat on a chair opposite. "So you know who the serial killer is?" Smart asked. "Yes, I do." "And you're willing to share that information with me?" he asked. Myra nodded. "That's why I called you." "Who is it?" "It's you, Detective Smart." His eyebrows pinched together. "What do you mean?" It was really just a matter of connecting the pieces. Jada was a police informant. We know that Tom had reason to attack you. Harold was getting information from a policeman. Now we know it was a detective and not a policeman. You killed Jada because she left you for Tom. Then you killed all those young women and tried to frame Tom for it. When Harold figured it all out, you killed him. He took handcuffs out of his back pocket. "Myra Crowley, I must inform you that I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of Jillian Doyle. I must inform you that anything you say to me can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to remain silent." Myra's mouth fell open. "You're arresting me?" "Yes. You just confessed to helping Harold with the murders." "Rubbish. I never said any such thing. You're the one responsible for the murders," Myra shot back. "No one's ever going to believe that." "I'm writing a book. I'll make you famous. You can start by telling me why you did it, Detective Smart." He chuckled. "You're delusional. What makes you think I had anything to do with these murders? You might as well tell me the whole story of your part in the murders before I arrest you." He crossed his legs, making himself comfortable, like he didn't have a care in the world. "You can start now." "You were with Detective Kelly when you questioned the vet. Then you talked to Melissa, the receptionist. And when she was distracted, you stole some drugs. Then you left a prayer cup in Harold's house when you went to search it. What you don't know is that I was there before the police arrived, and there was no cop there. It had to have been planted. When you got to Harold's house, you had to do that job." "Get your story straight. Was I trying to frame Tom or Harold?" "I think you were originally trying to frame Tom, but didn't realize he'd have alibis for every night of those murders. So then you had to pin everything on Harold. Harold was your plan B." "Interesting theory. Is that all you have?" "No, I have a lot more." "Go on." "Jada was a police informant. Your informant. She had a drug habit that started as a way of controlling the pain in her feet from years of ballet. Then she got hooked on drugs. She knew many people in the underworld of drugs and gave you information in exchange for you not arresting her." "You're right about her being an informant. But why do you think I killed her? She killed herself." "No, she was pushed off that building. There was an eyewitness to it who mysteriously died in a car accident when their brakes failed. You lied to me about her committing suicide." "Is that all you've got?" he asked. "No, the prayer cup murders. You were taking revenge and trying to frame Tom, the man who took Jada from you. That's right. You were in love with Jada. You couldn't stand it when she fell in love. You told her to break up with him. You told her to tell him she had a serious disease. Maybe she refused to go through with it. Maybe she wanted to go back to him and tell him everything." "She was a stupid girl. We could have had everything together. I used Tom's brother's gun and the prayer cops to tie Tom's Amish past with the murders." He pulled a gun on her. "Who have you told about this?" "So it's true?" Myra asked. "Yes. Not that it'll do you any good. No one will believe your word against mine. I'll give you a choice. You can drink the same poison I gave Harold, or I can shoot you, and you'll be the next prayer cop victim." He kept the gun pointed at her while he headed to the sink and turned on the tap, filling a glass. "Why the 30th of every month?" Myra asked. "Since you're about to die, I guess there's no harm in telling you. Jada died on the 30th. It's a way to commemorate her death." "What made you wait so long to take your revenge on Tom? The murders happened years after Jada's death." "I was plotting it and dreaming about it. Perfect murders take a lot of preparation." "One more question." Detective Kelly burst out of the pantry and knocked the gun from Detective Smart's hand. "We've got him." Then 5 officers came running out of the bedrooms with their guns drawn. Kelly wasted no time putting Smart in handcuffs and reading him his rights. Smart scowled at Myra, chilling her to the bone. She'd never seen such evil or darkness in another human being. As he was led out of the room, Ettie and Elsa May came running out of one of the bedrooms to check that Myra was okay. They both hugged Myra.
"That was dangerous,"
Ettie said. "I know, but I didn't think he'd kill me."
"Why not? He's killed lots of people before."
Myra knocked her stomach. "I had the body armor on. He didn't have much chance of killing me with a bullet, and Kelly would have jumped out before he forced me to drink poison."
"It was still fearless."
Myra hugged her mother back. "It was thanks to the both of you that he was caught. You figured it out, Mother."
"I wasn't 100% sure."
Kelly walked back into the room. "It's all over. What he said was a confession, and we've got it all on tape. Are you all right, Myra?" "Yes, I think so. I'm just a bit shaken up." "I think she deserves an interview for her book, don't you?" Elsa May asked. "Of course. Later. We'll help with everything we can. We couldn't have done it without the three of you." After Kelly instructed an officer, he sat down with the ladies. Myra made them all coffee from the automatic machine in the kitchen. "I'm so glad he's arrested now. He can't hurt anyone else." "It's not easy holding back the evil forces of human nature," Detective Kelly began. "It's hard to describe this job at times." "For my book, Detective Kelly, what's it like being a detective?" Myra handed him a cup of coffee. "Thanks." Detective Kelly leaned back in his chair and took a sip. It was getting late, but he didn't want to go home. He needed to clear his head. "I've learned to manage it. You see, I've learned to keep my distance. I've learned to keep it all at arm's length." "This is good. Go on," Myra said. Detective Kelly was lost in a world of his thoughts. It was always the same. He saw the worst of humanity, and keeping that darkness at bay would be challenging. He would go home to an empty house. His wife was seldom home these days. Their only interactions were about money. That's all she was interested in. He was waiting for the day she announced she was leaving. She was ambitious with her design business and accused him of being boring, but he didn't know anything other than being a detective. So if that was boring to her, he couldn't do anything about that. It was too late in life to change. "Detective?" Myra asked. Kelly looked up at Myra and set a smile on his face. "That's all I have to say. I have to get back to the station and make sure there are no mistakes made with Smart." He drained his coffee and left them there. "We must do everything in our power to ensure he's denied bail." After a couple of hours of paperwork, Kelly had gotten over the shock of one of their own being a killer and doing it right under their noses. Detective Kelly put on his overcoat and walked out of the station into the cold. The wind was blowing hard, and he had to put his hand up to his eyes to see. He walked to his car as fast as he could. As soon as he got in, he put the key in the ignition and started the engine. He turned on the heater, and the car was flooded with warmth. He drove out of the parking lot and headed home. He was not going to work when he got there. He wouldn't spend tonight trying to stay on top of his paperwork. He hoped his wife would be home so they could work things out. They needed to talk. He arrived home and parked in the driveway next to his wife's car. It was a Lexus SUV, a new addition to their family. Even though she brought more and more money home as her decorating business grew, it was never enough for her. He looked up at their house. It was nice, with a big yard and 2 large oak trees in the front that shaded most of the house during the day. It was a 2-story house that always made him feel like he lived in a mansion. He walked up the 2 front steps and turned the key in the lock. After he closed the door behind him, he walked down the long hallway into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and heard her footsteps coming down the stairs. He took out a bottle of water, closed the fridge, and leaned against the counter. "I can't do this anymore." she said as she walked into the living room and sat on the couch. He followed her into the living room and sat on the other end of the couch. I want a divorce. He saw her lips moving up and down, but the words didn't sink in. Chapter 39. The following day, Myra was at Ettie and Elsa May's home bright and early. All this has made me realize I wasn't a perfect wife to Ronald. The breakup was all my fault. What was your fault? Elsa May asked after she looked up from her knitting. All of it. I didn't realize we had something special. I wanted excitement, and I got bored with our life.
Have you had enough excitement now?
Ettie asked. Too much. I've been such a fool. Do you think Ronald would ever take me back? No, Elsa May said as her fingers continued to knit one purl and one plain. Ettie looked over at her sister.
Why do you say that?
What did I say? Elsa May asked.
You said Ronald would never take her back.
Did I? Yes, you did, said Myra. I believe it's true. He was a bachelor for so long. He devoted himself to the life of a detective, solving crimes and what not. He was married to the job, and when he left, I dare say he tried to devote his life to you, Myra. Myra looked down. I don't think a man like that would find any softness in his heart after what you did to him, Elsa May added. Myra's lips turned down at the corners. But isn't it in everyone's heart to forgive? There's one way to find out. Why don't you get in contact with him and beg his forgiveness? Beg him to take you back, Elsa May suggested. It's not as if I'm without choices. I'm sure many men would appreciate me as their woman. Remember, Crowley is a no-nonsense kind of person. Black and white, no gray, except in his hair. Elsa May chuckled to herself.
You're being a bit harsh, Elsa May,
Ettie said. Thank you, Mother. Ettie continued.
Crowley only had a few gray hairs.
Myra frowned at her mother. Well, if that's what you both think of me, I should go now. I'll send you a copy of my book once it's finished. I'll stay in town until I get all my interviews done.
Will you keep in touch?
Ettie asked. What's the point when you both insult me? Myra stood up. We never consulted you. You came to consult with us when you heard about the murders. I said insult, Aunt Elsa May. You both insult me. You really should get your hearing checked. There's nothing wrong with it. I can hear as well as I ever did. The issue is some people mumble. If everyone spoke clearly, there wouldn't be a problem. There was a knock at the door. Myra said, "Stay here, I'll get it." Myra opened the door, and standing in front of her was her estranged husband, the former detective, Ronald Crowley. Ettie and Elsa May couldn't believe it either. They sat there not knowing what to do. "Hello, Myra," Crowley said, smiling at his wife. Myra threw her arms around him, and he encircled his arms around her. Ettie was delighted to see the two of them together, and she hoped they could work out their differences. She looked over at Elsa May, who was staring at them as well. "I hoped I'd find you here," Crowley said. "How did you know?" "I used to be a detective, remember?" Myra giggled like a young girl. "I missed you," he said. Myra blinked rapidly. "You did?" "Yes." Myra gulped. "Can we try again?" "It depends." "On what?" Myra asked. Crowley's mouth twitched. "No more murder match .com. A smile lit up Myra's face. I give you my word. He looked over at Ettie and Elsa May and gave a wave. Hello. Ettie and Elsa May said hello and then walked toward him. We weren't told about the wedding. Elsa May pouted.
Yes, we were sad not to be invited,
Ettie said. I am sorry, but we just wanted a quiet wedding. What if we invite you to our vow renewal? Crowley suggested. Myra gasped. Really? He looked down at Myra. Yes, if you'll marry me again. I do. Myra wrapped her arms around his neck and they kissed. Ettie and Elsa May raised their eyebrows at one another. Myra always acted so cold, but she was utterly different around Crowley. We'd love to come to your renewal. We just need to be told when and where, Elsa May said. We'll certainly let you know. How have you both been?
We've been good, Ettie said. Same as always.
We should go, Ronald. I'll come and see you tomorrow, Myra told her mother and aunt. Several minutes after Ronald and Myra left, Kelly knocked on their door. His face was white like a sheet, and he looked dreadful. Ettie quickly ushered him to the couch. What's happened? Elsa May asked. I don't often speak about my personal life. My wife wants a divorce. Ettie didn't know what to say. He'd only married his wife a few years ago, after years of being a bachelor. He continued. I don't have the strength to fight it. I can't blame her. I'm hardly ever home. I'm always called away if we make a date to go somewhere. But didn't she know that before she married you? Elsa May asked. I explained it. But some things must be lived before you can comprehend them. Anyway, everything will work out how it's meant. I can't change her mind. Enough about me.
We have news. Crowley and Myra are back together. He just knocked on the door, and Myra went to jelly. I've never seen her like that before.
Ah, that's good. I'm glad love has worked out for him. Detective Kelly slowly nodded. We are too. I wonder if she'll still write that book. Elsa May stared up at the ceiling. We'll have to wait and see. Speaking of the murders, when did you realize Smart was the killer? Kelly asked Ettie.
It was the information he gave Myra about Jada. We found out it was wrong. She was killed because she chose Tom. Then we called you with our suspicions to arrange his meeting with Myra, and you confirmed that you found out that Jada was one of his informants, which caused everything to fit together. How did you guess Smart was in love with Jada? Tom had an altercation with Detective Smart. You told us that early on. He just attacked him. It had to have been about a woman. What else do men fight about? Elsa May asked. Ettie added, he had to have been passionate enough to take revenge on Tom as he set out to frame him. Then he decided to frame Harold when Tom got the all clear. From his point of view, he wanted to make us think we were looking for someone else. Perhaps to make Myra look guilty. And we thought she was for a while, Kelly said. Elsa May's lips quivered. We won't forget that. Detective Smart was able to plant suggestions about Myra in my mind. Detective Kelly shook his head. In the end, it turned out that Smart wasn't so smart, Elsa May said. That's true. Jealousy drove him crazy, and that's what turned him into a monster. Love can do crazy things to a man. I started to have my suspicions when I found out that Jada was an informant of his.
but he was a trusted member of the team, so I put the evidence to one side. You can learn from that, Elsa May told him. The most important thing is that we've put a killer away. We have enough evidence against him that I'm sure he'll be convicted for the murder of those women and Harold's murder as well.
Ettie cleared her throat. I have to say that our new cat, Kelly, made the cogs of my brain turn. She was the spark that set things off when she turned in a circle.
Kelly drew his eyebrows together. She? Did you say the cat you named after me is a female? Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other. You'll have to tell him now, Ettie. What's going on? Kelly looked from one to the other. Ettie hung her head. Elsa May took over since Ettie wasn't saying anything. Kelly is a female cat. You named a female cat after me? He asked. It's not my fault. Ettie was told it was a male cat, and then told it was a female.
By the vet,
Ettie added. The same vet Elsa May thought was a murderer? The same vet that was tied up and gagged, that Elsa May was sitting on? They both nodded. Detective Kelly laughed. What's funny? Elsa May asked. The sight of you sitting on the vet. Detective Kelly's laugh was genuine. It felt good to laugh after everything that had happened. Ettie shook her head.
That was terrible. Now we have to find a new vet. I don't know why you thought he was guilty, Elsa May.
Why did the killer throw away the gun when he dumped the third body? What was the point in that? Because that led us to Jim, which led us to Tom.
Ah, yes, I see. The killer was careful in handling the gun to leave Jim's fingerprints on the gun. Then he tried to implicate Tom.
In the end, it was only a partial print, but that's all we needed, Kelly said. Thanks to you two. We'll have Smart put away for a long time. Coffee and cake, Detective? Elsa May asked. He opened his mouth to say that his wife would be waiting for him before he realized she wouldn't even be there. He was going home to an empty house. That would be lovely. Elsa May looked at Ettie. You heard him. Ettie smiled.
I'll be back in a moment. Better yet, let's all move to the kitchen.
Elsa May put her knitting in the bag by her feet. I was hoping not to move. And I was hoping not to get a divorce, Mrs. Lutz. But you have no control over some things in life. Ettie walked to the kitchen first.
Come along.
Detective Kelly and Elsa May sat down at the table. Just like old times, Kelly said. I want to thank you both for all that you do. I disapprove of you putting yourselves in danger, but you always get the job done in the end.
Thank you. We do like to keep busy.
Elsa May said, I like to keep my hands busy with knitting, but Ettie likes to keep her mind busy. Well, I'm sorry I don't have any murders for you. So do you have any plans for the immediate future? He asked them. Yes, Elsa May said. We have the plants out the front, and we're thinking about planting an apple tree in the backyard. Ettie turned around to face Elsa May.
He said, do we have plans, not plants?
Oh, Elsa May blinked rapidly. Kelly laughed, and then Elsa May joined him in laughing while Ettie cut the carrot cake while the water boiled. Having Detective Kelly at their house for cake and coffee was just like old times. Thank you for listening to A Deadly Amish Betrayal by Samantha Price. This has been A Deadly Amish Betrayal. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Sarah Morsi. Copyright 2022. Production copyright 2022 by Samantha Price.
Thanks for listening. Remember to like and subscribe for more videos like this. To explore all Samantha Price books, visit samanthapriceauthor.com